This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I never thought a single wrong turn could lead me to a place that felt so empty and unnerving. I had spent the day driving through mountain roads, hoping to reach my destination before dusk. A storm was expected to roll in overnight, so I wanted to find shelter fast. I saw an old sign on the side of the road that seemed half broken, pointing to a ski station. I assumed it might offer a quick shortcut, or at least a recognizable path. It led me away from the main road, through a winding trail surrounded by tall trees. Snow clung to my tires and crunched under them. The sun was low, and the light felt dull. I didn't see anyone else around. The track ended at a chain-link fence with an open gate. Beyond it stood a large wooden building with a sign so faded I could only pick out a few letters. It looked neglected, like nobody had bothered with it in years. I parked my car near a row of rusted poles that had once held bright banners. My breath felt tight in my throat. The wind was quiet, but I could hear myself breathing. My hands felt numb from gripping the steering wheel, so I rubbed them together before stepping out. The cold stung my face, and I tasted a slight metallic flavor in the air. I wasn't sure if it was my nerves or something else. All around me, the snow looked untouched. No fresh footprints, no tracks from snowmobiles or other cars. The building ahead had a long wooden facade and large, frosty windows that showed only darkness inside. I walked up a few creaky steps to what used to be the main entrance. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open, and it groaned like it hadn't moved in a long time. Inside, a corridor extended forward in a straight line. The walls were wooden, with chipped paint. I smelled stale air and damp wood. The smell reminded me of a storage room that had been sealed for years. I felt the temperature drop as soon as I stepped in, like the corridor trapped the cold. At the far end, I saw pale light leaking from some windows covered in grime. I took a few steps forward and let my eyes adjust. Old Christmas decorations hung from the walls. There were wreaths with brownish pine needles. They were hung on small, rusty hooks. A few ribbons stuck out at awkward angles. Some looked like they might crumble if I touched them. I spotted a row of old posters stuck to a bulletin board on the left. They showed pictures of smiling families, each ad promising holiday celebrations for a season decades past. Some had dates from the early 1990s. The pictures were faded, the colors almost gone. I couldn't tell who these people were, but their smiles felt eerie in the silence. My boots squeaked on the floor. I walked slowly, scanning each door. They were all closed and most looked locked. Dust coated the handles and the door frames. One door had a small window, and through it I saw stacked chairs covered in plastic. Another door had a sign that read "Equipment Storage," but it looked like the letters were peeling. The corridor's overhead lights were dark, so the only illumination came from the few windows along the wall. It created patches of dim light on the floor. I found myself stepping carefully, trying not to make too much noise, even though I doubted anyone was there. My chest felt tight, my shoulders tensed. There was no outright danger, no strange sound, but the silence seemed unnatural. I heard my own breathing echo back at me. I looked at the walls and noticed more holiday decorations. Some were small ornaments attached to wires. Others were paper cutouts shaped like snowflakes. Their edges had curled, and they looked brittle. I brushed one with the tip of my finger. It crumbled at the touch, leaving a thin residue on my glove. A slight draft passed through, making me shiver. I looked around for a source of heat or a broken window. The wind must have found a crack somewhere. As I moved down the corridor, I came across a small shelf filled with snow globes. They were covered in a thick layer of dust. I picked one up, wiped the glass, and saw a little Christmas scene inside. Tiny figurines of a couple around a decorated tree, all frozen in place. The water inside the globe had turned cloudy. I shook it lightly, and a few flakes swirled around before settling. I heard a faint creaking noise. It reminded me of an old chair swinging in the distance. I froze. My heart pounded and I felt a rush of adrenaline. I scanned the corridor. My hands clenched the snow globe. The sound faded as quickly as it came. I forced myself to keep moving. My legs felt stiff, but I told myself it was just the building settling, or maybe something in the wind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. Near the middle of the corridor, I saw a small artificial Christmas tree propped up in the corner. Its branches were bent, some ornaments hung by single threads. The star on top was missing a tip. I leaned in and saw dust collected on each branch. A part of me wanted to set it upright, but I felt it wasn't my place. I felt like I was trespassing in someone else's memories. My throat went dry. I coughed into my sleeve. I kept moving. Each door I passed brought me the same impression. Deserted rooms that once buzzed with people. One door had a small sign reading, "Lounge." Through the glass, I saw tables stacked on their sides, a few overturned chairs, and a bar with empty shelves. Another door was locked, but a sign read, "Gift Shop." A corner had an old electronic sign that must have advertised special rates or events, but the words had peeled off. I tried not to dwell on these details. My feet dragged across the dusty floor, and I fought the urge to turn around and leave. Curiosity pushed me forward. The corridor felt like it was shrinking, as if the walls were getting closer the deeper I went. I noticed the ground was slightly uneven. The boards creaked with each step. My breath felt shallow. The smell of dampness lingered. I guessed the roof might be leaking in some places. I passed a broken clock on the wall stuck at 3:12. I didn't know if it was AM or PM. It was just another sign of a place trapped in time. I reached the far end of the corridor, where a larger set of doors led into what looked like a lobby area. I tested the handle. It was locked or jammed, so I pushed a bit harder. It gave way with a loud scraping sound. On the other side, I found a space with a large window facing the slopes. The glass was foggy, so I could only see outlines of snow-covered mountains. An old piano stood against one wall, covered with a tarp. I lifted a corner and saw yellowed keys. I pressed one, but it produced a dull thud. The piano was probably ruined by moisture. A single decorative wreath hung on the wall next to the window. Its ribbons drooped. I spotted a row of picture frames on a table. Each frame had a black and white photo of old skiing events. People lined up at the foot of a slope, wearing outdated gear. Nobody had touched these photos in a long time. Dust covered the glass. The frames themselves had small chips in the corners. I leaned in for a closer look, noticing how serious everyone looked. The words, "Annual Christmas Ski Cup," were stamped on a small plaque. It must have been an important tradition once. I heard another creak, louder this time. It came from behind me, back in the corridor. I turned around, my muscles tensing. My skin prickled. I waited for a voice or footsteps, but nothing followed. My stomach fluttered with nerves. My palms were sweating. The building was so quiet that every tiny sound felt amplified. I reminded myself I hadn't seen a single person. I figured it could have been the wind or the building settling again. Still, it made me uneasy. I decided I had seen enough, so I went back to the corridor. Now the light was even dimmer. The sun had slipped behind the mountains, leaving only a faint orange glow through the dirty windows. My eyes struggled to adjust. I kept a hand along the wall to steady myself. My fingers brushed over a torn tinsel garland. The texture felt rough and scratchy. A stale smell of old fabric lingered in that spot, like a musty closet. I walked faster toward the entrance I had come through. My thoughts were scattered, but one main point looped through my mind. Get out. I had no reason to stay. There was no sign of a caretaker or any staff. I had no way of knowing if the building was safe. A few steps later, I passed by the same small shelf with the snow globes. Except this time, one of them was missing. I remembered 5 globes there before, all covered in dust, each with a similar Christmas scene. Now there were 4. I froze. My heart pounded. I blinked and looked around. I didn't see it on the floor. I had picked one up, but I'd put it back. Where was the other one? I felt a chill run through my body. My scalp prickled. My mouth went dry. Thoughts raced through my head. Could someone else be in here? Did I just miscount? I told myself I might have been mistaken, but I was sure I'd counted 5 snow globes. I remembered picking up the second from the left. Something felt off. A low anxiety bloomed in my chest, and I fought the urge to run. But I couldn't stay and investigate. I wanted to leave. I reached the main entrance, feeling relief when I saw the door. My hands were shaking. I had trouble gripping the old brass handle. When I managed to pull it open, a rush of cold air hit me in the face. Outside, the daylight was fading. The snow had picked up, and I saw a light flurry drifting in the wind. I walked back to my car, scanning the area for any other vehicles. None. My car was alone. The fence with the broken gate remained still. The building sat there, silent, with its dark windows. Inside the car, I cranked the heat. My hands shook so badly that I almost dropped my keys. When the engine turned over, I felt a heavy pressure lift from my chest. I took a minute to gather myself. I wondered if I should lock the gate, but it was already wide open, and there was no chain or padlock. The radio crackled, but I couldn't find a clear station. I turned it off and gripped the steering wheel. I looked back at the ski station. The structure seemed more ominous in the fading light. The thought of that missing snow globe nagged at me. I tried to push it out of my mind by focusing on leaving. The tires spun a bit on the fresh snow, but eventually caught traction, and I made it back to the main road. I didn't see a single other traveler. My hands felt sweaty on the wheel, despite the cold. I realized my pulse was racing. I tried to calm my breathing. As I drove away, the tension in my neck loosened, but I still felt uneasy. The station felt like a place frozen in a long-forgotten holiday season, waiting for people who never returned. I pictured the corridor with its old posters and drooping decorations. I pictured the half-broken tree, the dusty snow globes, and that single missing one. I caught myself checking the rearview mirror more than usual. I kept expecting to see headlights or a figure in the road, but the road behind me stayed empty. After several miles, the storm clouds started to roll in over the peak. The sky turned dark purple. Flurries of snow passed over my windshield. I turned on the headlights and concentrated on the twisting road. A wave of relief washed over me as I left that entire area behind. I told myself it was just an abandoned building with old decorations. Nobody was there. But my mind replayed that single detail that didn't fit, the missing snow globe. I tried not to dwell on it. I wanted to get somewhere warm and forget. About an hour later, I spotted a small town down in the valley. Light glowed from windows and lamp posts. Smoke rose from chimneys. I felt my tension shift into a sort of exhaustion. My shoulders ached, and my back felt stiff. I pulled over at a modest inn near the edge of town. I checked in with a short, tired-looking woman at the front desk. She barely asked where I was coming from. I didn't mention the ski station. I just wanted a hot meal and a room with a locked door. In the room, I turned on the heater and sat on the bed. I felt the adrenaline draining away, replaced by heavy fatigue. I kicked off my boots and stared at the wall. My heart still beat a little too fast. I thought about calling someone, but I realized I didn't have much of a story. I had no real proof anything was amiss, except for my own nerves. Eventually, I lay back on the bed. I felt grateful for the warmth. I reminded myself that I was safe. But my thoughts kept returning to that corridor. I remembered the stale odor of damp wood. I remembered the decorations drooping on the walls. I remembered how everything felt paused, as if the place was expecting a holiday crowd that never came. I remembered the dust on the windows and the lifeless hush in the air. And I remembered that one missing snow globe. I don't know why it bothered me so much, but it did. I didn't get much sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured those old posters with frozen smiles. I imagined that corridor in darkness, silent and still, holding on to a past holiday that was never celebrated. In the morning, I left the inn early, carrying a sense of unease that lingered. I told myself it was just a relic of the trip, a strange detour. But something inside me felt changed by the experience, like I had walked through a place that wasn't meant to be disturbed. I kept driving, determined not to look back. I caught sight of a weak glow on the side of a remote road as I drove through the snowy countryside. I had been pushing my old car through winding paths, hoping to make it to my relative's house before nightfall. The sun was gone by the time I realized how late it was. Snow fell in a constant trickle, and the air felt heavy against my windshield. My headlights cut through the darkness, but they didn't show me much except fields and fences. The miles seemed to stretch on with no sign of life. When I saw a faint reflection in the distance, I slowed down and strained my eyes to figure out what it was. I pulled over onto the side of the road, leaving the engine running so I could keep the heater on. I didn't want the car's battery to die in the cold, and I needed the warmth. I opened my door, and a blast of chilly air shot into my face. I stepped out, crunching through a layer of fresh snow. My boots sank, and I felt a biting chill through the soles. The wind was gentle, but carried a sharp edge. It made me want to keep moving to stay warm. I noticed the reflection was coming from a small area to the right. It looked like a row of stone blocks, maybe large rocks or decorative slabs. I walked closer, my breath fogging in front of me. I could see lumps of ice covering the top edges of each stone. As I got nearer, I realized it was some kind of simple arrangement, almost like a small garden of stones. I counted 6 or 7 stones in a rough semicircle. Each block supported a short candle set in a glass jar. All the candles were unlit. There was no sign of fresh footprints. The snow looked undisturbed around them. I felt a little uneasy. It wasn't normal to see a display like this in the middle of nowhere. I checked the glass jars. They had small wicks, but the candles were intact, not melted. The jars were clean, so whoever placed them there hadn't done so long ago. Or maybe the cold air kept them from showing signs of wear. I looked around for any clue about who set them up. I saw a small bronze bell hanging from a leafless branch near one of the stones. It had a dull shine, as though it hadn't been rung in a while. I tapped it lightly, but it gave a thin, hollow sound that disappeared into the empty night. The sound faded almost immediately. It felt like the snow and the darkness swallowed every noise. I glanced back at my car. The headlights still cut across the drifting snow, and I could see the engine's exhaust drifting upward. I felt torn between heading back to the car and taking a moment to explore. I decided to walk around the stones, trying to see if I missed anything. I found a circle of dried branches in the center, tied into a sort of wreath. The branches looked brittle and gray, as though they'd been exposed to freezing temperatures for too long. Nothing else was in sight. The silence around me made everything feel tense. My heart pounded harder than usual, and I had an odd sensation in my gut, like I'd stumbled into a private scene I wasn't meant to see. I checked the jars again. They were clearly meant to be lit. Each candle had a short wick that stuck out just enough for a flame to catch. But why were they left unlit? And why did the place look untouched? I walked to the edge of the arrangement, where a small cluster of footprints might have been, though the wind and snow had almost erased them. It was impossible to tell how long they'd been there. Next to one of the stones, half buried in the snow, I spotted a folded piece of paper. I reached down, pulled it loose, and realized it was an old, yellowed card. The front had a picture of a poinsettia, faded around the edges. I opened it and read 2 words in neat handwriting: "Come back tomorrow." There was no name, no date, no indication of who wrote it. I felt a shiver run through my entire body. The note was short, but it felt loaded with unanswered questions. My breath was shallow, and I glanced around to see if anyone was watching from the darkness. There was nothing but the empty road behind me and the open fields around me. My breath condensed in the freezing air, and the only sound was the faint hum of my car's engine. I tucked the card into my jacket pocket, feeling uneasy about leaving it behind. I felt like I should keep it, in case it mattered somehow. I wondered if I should light one of the candles, but I had no matches or lighter on me. I wasn't even sure if that would have been the right choice. The arrangement looked deliberate. Maybe lighting the candles would upset whoever placed them there. The sign said, "Come back tomorrow," so maybe they intended to come back and light them at the right time. I stared at the candles a moment longer. The glass jars were unmarked, and the candles were pure white, with no designs. My hands started to ache from the cold. I realized I had left my gloves in the car. I rubbed my fingers together, then stepped away from the stones. The wind changed direction, blowing a light dusting of snow across the tops of my boots. I heard my breath hitch as I recognized how silent everything was. No distant cars, no birds, no rustling of wildlife. The entire place felt vacant, as though time had frozen. My pulse hammered in my ears. I told myself to calm down. There was no threat here, just an odd scene in the snow. I decided to walk back to my car. My footsteps crunched loudly, echoing in the quiet. I felt a strange reluctance to leave the stones behind, but I had no reason to linger. I had no idea what tomorrow meant, and I definitely wasn't about to spend the night on a freezing roadside. When I reached my car, I climbed in quickly, shut the door, and breathed a small sigh of relief. The warmth felt good on my numb skin. I glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing nothing but darkness behind me. The faint glow I first noticed was actually just my headlights reflecting on the glass jars. The tension in my body didn't ease even after I put the car in drive. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. The route I had taken was far from any cell tower, and the nearest town was still miles ahead. I tapped the wheel and debated whether to call the police when I got a signal. But what would I report? I found some unlit candles in the snow. That sounded like nothing of real consequence. I kept driving, but my mind stayed with that strange garden of stones. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a memorial someone set up for a loved one, or maybe it was an odd Christmas display that never got finished. The card saying, "Come back tomorrow," stuck in my head. Who was supposed to come back? I tried to shake off the feeling of unease by focusing on the road. The snow had started falling more heavily, and visibility dropped. I switched on my high beams, but I still could barely see more than a few yards ahead. I felt a rush of relief when I saw the glow of a street lamp in the distance. The road curved into a small settlement with a handful of houses, each with lights on. It looked nothing like the deserted fields I had just passed. I stopped at a diner that was still open. The warm smell of coffee and cooked food hit me as soon as I walked in. I rubbed my hands together, feeling the heat bring life back to my fingertips. I ordered something to eat, but I couldn't fully relax. My mind kept returning to those candles, the wreath of dry branches, and that cryptic note. When the waitress came by, I tried to see if she knew anything about unusual displays in the area. I just described it as a set of stones and unlit candles by the roadside. She shrugged, said she hadn't heard about anything like that. She mentioned a few families sometimes left decorations in remote spots, maybe for holiday traditions, but she didn't know specifics. I thanked her, finished my meal in silence, and paid. I ended up staying overnight in a small motel down the street. The place was clean enough, and the radiator worked. I took a hot shower, then sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the card I had found. "Come back tomorrow," it said. I flipped it over, hoping to find a clue I'd missed, but it was blank on the back. I felt a pang in my chest that I couldn't explain. The feeling wasn't exactly fear. It was more like a gnawing sense that I had stumbled onto something waiting to be completed. The tension in my stomach wouldn't go away. I set the card on the nightstand and turned off the lamp, trying to force sleep on myself. My dreams were disjointed, filled with flickering lights and a silent bell that wouldn't ring. I woke up sweating, even though it was cold outside. I pulled on fresh clothes and thought about going back. The note had said, "Come back tomorrow." I considered it for a few minutes. Then I decided it wasn't worth it. My schedule was tight, and I needed to keep driving to reach my family. Besides, there was no guarantee anything would happen if I returned. It might just be some random leftover from a forgotten tradition. I left the motel and drove on. The sky was clear that morning. The roads had been plowed, and the sun was out, reflecting on the snow-covered fields. As I passed the stretch of road where I found the candles, I slowed down, but I didn't see the display. Maybe I missed the exact spot, or maybe it was deeper off the road than I remembered. For a moment I contemplated stopping and searching more carefully, but I felt an odd sense of relief just continuing on. Part of me didn't want to confront that place again. I pressed down on the gas and resumed my trip. All day my mind kept circling back. Why set up a neat row of candles with no flame? Why write, "Come back tomorrow"? Who was meant to return? The memory of that quiet arrangement stayed with me. The tension in my stomach turned into a dull ache. By the time I reached my relative's house that evening, I managed to put on a normal expression. I ate dinner, chatted about ordinary things, tried to enjoy the holiday mood, but in the back of my mind, I kept picturing those rocks in the snow, the empty jars, and that lonely bronze bell. Sometimes late at night, I think about how silent that spot felt. The emptiness pressed in on me. I recall how I found no trace of human presence except for the faint suggestion of footprints. And yet, I felt certain someone had been there before me, setting everything up, waiting for a day that never came. It wasn't frightening in a dramatic sense, but it lodged itself under my skin in a way I couldn't fully explain. I still have the card in a drawer at home. It's wrinkled now. Sometimes I take it out and look at the words. "Come back tomorrow." I never did. I don't know if anyone else went there to light those candles. I don't know if the people who planned that gathering ever showed up. I'm left with the memory of that silent roadside scene. I can't forget the weak clang of the little bell and the cold air on my face. And even though there was no real threat, I remember how my heart pounded as I stood there alone in the stillness. It was a moment suspended in time, left unfinished, and I was just a random traveler who stumbled upon it. I arrived at the small mountain hostel just before sunset, feeling the cold air tighten my chest as I stepped out of the bus. I had come for a short break before the holidays, hoping to enjoy some quiet time in a simple place. The hostel sat at the end of a narrow lane that curved through the village. Tall mountains surrounded the area, their tops covered in thick snow. The hostel itself was a 2-story building made of old timber and stone. A soft orange light glowed through the windows, giving me a sense of comfort. I pushed the front door open and stepped into the entry hall. The warmth felt immediate. I smelled gingerbread and cinnamon, which must have been coming from the small kitchen off to the side. A couple of guests stood near a Christmas tree in the corner, chatting quietly and holding mugs. The tree was decorated with shiny ornaments and a few strands of lights that flickered softly. A string of small colored bulbs ran along the ceiling. Simple carols played over a small speaker, low enough to blend into the background noise. The check-in was quick. A friendly middle-aged woman behind the desk greeted me and asked for my name. She smiled and said, "Welcome. We hope you enjoy your stay." She handed me a key on a wooden keychain shaped like a snowflake. I thanked her and went upstairs, following the creaking steps to a short hallway. My room was small but clean. There was a single bed, a small table with a lamp, and a window that overlooked the darkening sky. I dropped my bag on the floor and stood for a moment, adjusting to the quiet. I could still hear faint laughter from downstairs. After washing my face and changing into warmer clothes, I decided to explore the hostel. I wanted to see if they had any snacks or a common area to sit. I went back down to the main floor. Several people gathered around a table in the lounge, sipping hot chocolate. I walked around, peeking into the corners. The hostel had simple decorations, a few sprigs of pine on the windowsills, some string lights hanging from exposed beams, and a few bowls of candy canes set out for guests. It felt cozy and welcoming. Then I noticed a narrow door at the end of a side hallway. It was half hidden by a coat rack and a small table holding brochures. I had the urge to see where it led, partly out of curiosity. I pulled the door open. A set of wooden steps angled upward into dim light. It looked like an attic. The single light bulb at the top cast a weak glow that didn't reveal much. I paused, wondering if it was off limits, but there was no sign that said "Do not enter," so I decided to head up and see if it was a reading nook or storage area. The steps creaked under my weight. My heart beat a little faster, though I couldn't say why. Maybe it was just the sense of sneaking somewhere private. At the top, I emerged into a cramped attic with a low ceiling. A triangular window on the far side let in a bit of the gray light outside. The wood floor was cold under my boots. I switched on the bulb that hung from a cord near the hatch. The extra light revealed boxes, trunks, and piles of old decorations. At first, it seemed like a simple storage space, but something about it felt different from a normal attic. It was too orderly, even though dust coated everything. I saw a row of cardboard boxes labeled Christmas ornaments, linens, and old books. Each box was sealed except one. It had its flaps open, and I could see bubble wrap and tissue paper inside. Several ornaments lay nestled in the wrapping, their colors faded, their designs chipped. I carefully lifted one. It felt delicate under the dust. I set it aside and glanced deeper into the box. More ornaments, each wrapped in aging paper, sat unused. The smell of old cardboard and stale air made me cough softly. Next to the boxes, a small chest rested against the wall. On top of it sat a wreath without candles. It had a few dried leaves and a couple of tiny pine cones. It looked neglected, like someone had meant to fix it up but never did. I reached out to touch the wreath, noticing the twigs were brittle. I worried that any rough contact would break them. I turned away and scanned the rest of the attic. There was a line of dusty snowman dolls stacked near a stack of folded tablecloths. Each doll had button eyes, some missing or hanging loose. The fabric was stained in places, like it had aged without proper storage conditions. On a nearby shelf, I spotted a few envelopes and postcards. They looked old, the edges yellow. I picked one up. It had a simple holiday design with a date from many years ago. No personal name. I set it down, feeling a slight sense of intrusion, as though I was digging into someone else's memories. Still, my curiosity pulled me farther into the attic. At the back of the room, I found a small wooden crate with an album on top. It wasn't sealed. The cover was worn, the corners frayed. I carefully opened it. Inside, there were photographs of people smiling in front of a Christmas tree. Their clothes looked outdated, and the color of the photos had that old tint. A few pages showed a group gathered around a table with plates of cookies and steaming drinks. Another page had a photo of a Christmas morning scene. I saw kids in pajamas holding simple presents. None of the pictures had captions. No one had written names or dates. I ran my fingers along the edges of a photo, feeling the soft paper. I wondered who these people were. Maybe the owners of the hostel, years ago, or previous guests. As I flipped through the album, my stomach felt a slight tug of discomfort. Nothing about the photos was scary or disturbing, but there was something sad about them being locked away in this dusty attic. I wondered if the hostel owners even remembered these images were here. My heart beat a bit faster, as though I was discovering a secret I wasn't meant to see. I found myself scanning the photos for anything recognizable, like the furniture or the rooms. Some pictures showed a simpler version of what might have been the current lounge. The wallpaper in one shot matched the pattern I had noticed in the hallway, though it looked newer in the photo. I heard a faint clatter from downstairs. Maybe someone dropped a pot in the kitchen. The sudden noise reminded me I had no real reason to be in the attic. I closed the album carefully and put it back where I found it. I wiped some dust from my hands onto my jeans and stepped away, noticing that my breathing was shallow. I felt like I needed to go back down and join the living crowd. Standing in the dim attic made me uneasy, not terrified, just unsettled, like I was trespassing in a past that didn't belong to me. I decided to check one more thing before leaving. I walked to the triangular window, hoping to see the view outside. The glass was foggy, and frost clung to the edges, forming delicate lines. I could make out the slope of a distant hill, covered in snow. A faint glow came from a street lamp near the main road. I pressed my fingertips against the cold pane. My hand chilled at once. I noticed the glass had a thin crack in the corner. It looked like it had been there for a while. My legs felt a bit tense. The attic had no direct source of heat, so I was starting to feel the temperature bite at my hands and face. The smell of old cardboard and musty fabric seemed thicker up here than in the rest of the hostel. I decided I had seen enough. I switched off the light and descended the narrow steps, careful not to slip on the wood. Back in the hallway, I made sure to close the attic door behind me. My heart still pounded a bit, but I brushed it off as a normal reaction to snooping in an unfamiliar place. I walked back to the lounge. The gentle hum of conversation felt like a relief. The air was warmer, and the smell of gingerbread returned. I sat in a chair near the Christmas tree, trying to blend in with the other guests. They seemed cheerful, absorbed in their own chatter. A few sipped mulled wine, a few more listened to soft Christmas music from the small speaker. I nodded and smiled at them, but I didn't mention what I had just seen. That night, after a simple dinner, I went to my room early. I locked the door, though it felt unnecessary in such a cozy place. I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. The memory of the attic lingered in my head. I thought about the albums and the decorations, all the holiday items that once held meaning for someone. Now they just sat untouched. I felt a mild sense of guilt, like I had peeked into something personal. I tried to push the thought away and focus on resting. Sleep didn't come easily. The wind picked up outside, brushing against the shutters. I kept picturing the dust on the boxes and the old ornaments. I wondered if the owners knew what was stored up there. Maybe it was just leftover junk from previous owners, or maybe they planned to sort it out someday. My mind raced with small details: the missing candle from the wreath, the faded postcards, the doll with a loose button eye. Each object felt suspended in time. I tried to tell myself it was nothing more than an old storage room. In the morning, I had breakfast in the lounge. The same woman from the front desk served toast, eggs, and coffee. She smiled and asked how I slept. I gave a short answer and tried not to bring up the attic. The other guests seemed relaxed, talking about their plans for a day of hiking or skiing. The sun streamed through the windows, revealing the snow outside in a bright light. Everything seemed normal. I almost felt foolish for how tense I'd felt the night before. Later, as I packed up to leave, I passed by the small door leading to the attic again. I paused for a moment, considering if I should say something. Maybe I should ask about the old photographs or the decorations, but I decided against it. It felt too personal, and I wasn't sure how the staff would react. I let the moment pass, heading back downstairs to check out. I thanked the woman at the desk, gave her the key, and stepped outside. The cold mountain air hit my face again, but it was bright and clear this time. I felt a mix of relief and lingering curiosity. I walked to the bus stop, carrying my backpack and thinking about what I had seen in that attic. The bus arrived, and I boarded, finding a seat near the back. As the bus pulled away, I glanced at the hostel through the window. I could see the second floor, and I guessed the attic was right above that, hidden behind the sloped roof. No sign from the outside hinted at the quiet secret stored up there. I found myself wondering if, one day, someone would open those boxes and dust off those ornaments to use them again. Or maybe they would stay locked away, untouched, fading year by year. I sat back in my seat, feeling the gentle vibration of the bus on the winding road. I told myself it was just a simple attic with old memories, but a part of me felt like I had brushed against a part of the past that nobody had intended for a casual guest to see. Still, there was no real fear, only a lingering sense that the hostel held more stories than it shared. And with that thought, I closed my eyes and let the bus carry me away, leaving the wooden steps and the dust-filled attic behind. I was driving across a wide, snow-covered field when I first saw the small wooden chapel. The road stretched out in a nearly straight line, broken only by occasional fence posts. The sky was an overcast gray, and the cold air seeped into my car, even with the heater on. I had been looking for a shortcut to reach the next town before nightfall. The chapel appeared in the distance on a slight rise, a single structure against a blank white background. I felt a pang of curiosity. It looked out of place, standing alone with no other buildings nearby. I pulled over onto a patch of hardened snow. The tires crunched, and the car slid a little before stopping. Outside, the wind nipped at my face. My breath turned to vapor in front of me. I shoved my hands into my jacket pockets and approached the chapel on foot. Its wooden exterior looked old. The boards were rough and darkened by time. A small campanile rose above the main structure, but I saw no bell hanging there. The wind whistled through the opening, creating a hollow sound. The snow clung to my boots with each step. I noticed a simple wreath on the door, its leaves brown and wilted. It might have been green once, a Christmas decoration, but now it looked tired and frail. The wreath's ribbon was faded, and one corner had come loose, dangling at an odd angle. I reached out and touched it. The leaves were brittle, and a few crumbled to the ground. The door itself felt cold under my palm as I pushed. It creaked loudly, swinging inward without resistance. Inside, the light was dim. Dust swirled in the air, illuminated by weak daylight filtering through stained glass windows. The glass was coated in grime, but faint colors still leaked in: pale blue, dull red, traces of green. A row of wooden pews lined both sides of the narrow aisle, leading to a simple altar at the far end. A thick layer of dust covered the pews, as though no one had disturbed them in years. The atmosphere was still, almost suffocating. I felt the hair on the back of my neck prickle. There was nothing overtly threatening, but the silence pressed in on me. I shut the door behind me, cutting off the sound of the wind. My own breathing felt loud in the sudden hush. I stepped forward, each footstep echoing against the wooden floor. I could see small footprints of rodents or maybe birds near the walls, but no human tracks. My boots left clear impressions in the dust. The chapel smelled like stale air and dry wood. The temperature was about the same as outside, just without the wind. I moved past the first row of pews. On one bench, I saw a few old Christmas cards scattered. I picked one up. It had a picture of an angel with a trumpet. Inside, the handwritten message had faded, but I could make out Merry Christmas and a date from many years ago. Another card had a decorative front showing a church in a snowy village. The edges were yellowed and the fold had torn. They looked like leftover tokens from a Christmas celebration that never got fully packed away. I set the cards back down carefully, trying not to damage them further. My attention shifted to the altar area. It was a raised platform with a small wooden table and a simple cross. The cross was carved from a lighter wood, but the varnish had peeled off in places. Behind the altar, I noticed a wrought iron stand that appeared empty. I guessed it was where a bell might have been placed, or maybe a large candle or ornament. It looked out of place, an empty stand that suggested something was missing. I stood there staring at it. My heart thumped in my chest, not from fear, but from a sense of unease. The emptiness felt like a question with no answer. I walked around the altar, keeping my footsteps light. My pulse quickened when I saw faint scratches on the floor. They were small, like someone had dragged a heavy object across the planks. The marks led from the altar toward the side exit. I knelt down and ran my fingers over them. Some were shallow, others deeper. They looked old, filled with dust. I wondered if that was how the bell, if there ever was one, had been removed. I stood up and brushed the dust from my hands onto my jacket. Beyond the altar there was a small storage nook, closed off by a short wooden door. I tried the handle, but it was locked or jammed. I knocked softly, though I knew there would be no response. The hollow sound echoed around me, reinforcing how empty the chapel was. My shoulders felt tense. The stillness made me uneasy. I swallowed, my mouth dry, and decided to walk around the interior more thoroughly. I returned to the pews, noticing details I had missed. Some pews had deep grooves on the edges, likely from long-term use. I also saw what looked like old scratch marks on the back of one bench. They could have been from boots or nails. I touched one set of marks. The wood had splintered in a few places, as though someone had dug their fingers in during a moment of stress. I glanced around for any sign of vandalism or violence, but nothing suggested a clear story. Everything just seemed abandoned. A few steps later, I noticed the confessional booth near the side. Its door was slightly ajar. I opened it wider, expecting to find only darkness inside. The small space had a wooden seat and a grated window. Dust filled the corners. My breath caught in my throat when I saw a small stack of old hymn sheets on the seat. I picked up one. The sheet was yellow and brittle, with a traditional Christmas carol printed in faded ink. The edges tore in my hand, and I felt a pang of guilt for disturbing it. I stepped out of the booth and tried to calm my nerves. I reminded myself there was no one here, no footsteps behind me, no voices. The only sound was the faint whistle of wind around the empty campanile overhead. My stomach clenched, and I realized how cold I felt. The temperature inside the chapel matched the freezing air outside, but without any movement, it felt harsher. My fingers were stiff. I rubbed them together. I decided to check the base of the campanile from inside. At the back corner of the chapel, a narrow staircase led up, but the door at the top was locked. I tugged at it, hearing a metallic rattle. It refused to budge. I pictured the empty bell tower above. If there had once been a bell, it was long gone. The structure that housed it still stood, but the heart of it was missing. My thoughts drifted to the local tradition of bells ringing on Christmas Eve. Maybe this place used to be the community's gathering point, and the bell called people from the surrounding countryside. Now it was silent. Time seemed to slow as I walked back toward the entrance. I paused by a stained glass window, trying to see if any detail stood out in the design. It depicted what appeared to be a nativity scene, but the colors were so dull that I couldn't make out faces or details clearly. Dust coated the surface on the inside, and a layer of grime covered the outside. I considered wiping it with my sleeve, but decided against it. I didn't want to disturb anything more than I already had. I reached the door and glanced over my shoulder. The chapel appeared gloomy in the gray light, its pews lined up in silent rows. No lit candles, no signs of fresh flowers or recent use. Only those old cards and hymn sheets remained as traces of holiday gatherings from years gone by. My throat felt tight. I recognized a lingering sense of something left unfinished, like a story that never reached its conclusion. I opened the door, and a rush of cold wind hit me, carrying a few loose snowflakes inside. The wreath on the door fluttered, shedding more dry leaves. I stepped out and shut the door gently behind me. The wood groaned. Outside, the snow seemed brighter, and I had to squint against the glare. The emptiness was just as strong out here, with no footsteps, no footprints other than my own. My car was the only vehicle in sight, a dark shape on the edge of the white field. I walked back, feeling the crunch of snow under my boots. Each step felt heavier than before. My mind replayed the image of the empty iron stand, the absent bell, and the dust-covered pews. I couldn't shake the thought that this place had been abandoned at a crucial moment, leaving everything in limbo. The cold air stung my cheeks. My breath turned shallow. I realized I was rattled by the stillness. When I reached my car, I brushed the snow off my windshield with my arm. I opened the driver's door, cranked the engine, and let the heater run. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. I wanted to leave quickly, yet I hesitated, staring at the chapel through the frosted window. There was a faint movement at the top of the tower, just a play of shadows caused by the wind. For a second, I felt sure I heard a distant chime. It was so faint I couldn't be certain if it was real or my imagination. I forced myself to focus on the road ahead. The engine idled smoothly. As I shifted into gear, I thought about the chapel's silent role in the landscape, like a forgotten marker on an old map. I turned onto the snow-packed road, my tires crunching as I accelerated slowly. The building grew smaller in my rearview mirror until it was just a dot on the horizon. I felt a strange sense of relief when it finally disappeared from sight. I drove on for several minutes, trying to concentrate on the route. The wind picked up, causing drifts of snow to sweep across the asphalt. My heartbeat gradually steadied. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something that hovered between memory and emptiness. The vision of that empty bell tower and the neglected cards stayed with me. By the time I reached the main highway, the sun had begun to sink behind a row of distant hills. I flipped on my headlights, merging onto the road with a few other cars heading toward more populated areas. The chapel lingered in my mind like an unresolved thought. I felt no desire to return, but I knew I wouldn't forget it. Later that night, when I finally checked into a small motel, I realized my jacket still smelled faintly of the dust from inside the chapel. I brushed it off, remembering the old pews, the locked tower door, the missing bell. I thought of the battered wreath on the entrance. I tossed my jacket over a chair and slumped onto the bed, letting the day's tension slip away. I told myself it was just another abandoned place, but deep down, I knew I had felt more than just casual curiosity. The silence in that building had weight, reminding me of a time that once mattered but never completed its course. I closed my eyes, the empty stand for the bell etched into my memory, and I knew that the next day I'd drive farther away, leaving the chapel behind in the frozen landscape, carrying only the imprint of its quiet sorrow with me. I stepped onto the abandoned railway track on a cold December afternoon, hoping to find a shortcut to the next town. Snow covered the rails, and each step made a soft crunching sound. The gray sky above felt heavy, as though threatening more snow. I walked slowly, my boots slipping a little on the ice. There was no wind, but the air felt biting against my face. I zipped my coat to keep in as much warmth as possible. A few minutes later, I rounded a slight bend in the track and saw a structure ahead. It looked like an old warehouse made of wood, with large planks forming its walls. Its roof sagged in places, and the entire facade showed signs of age and exposure. The wooden boards were stained by time and weather, giving off a dull, worn look. Some sections appeared warped, and I saw a couple of broken windows near the top. I paused, curious if there might be someone inside or any sign of recent activity. I approached cautiously. The silence around me felt thick, with no rustling of animals or hum of passing vehicles. As I got closer, I saw what looked like a courtyard or small yard in front of the warehouse. There were piles of boxes, all coated in a layer of snow. They were stacked in uneven towers. Some boxes had broken flaps, revealing glimpses of something bright inside. I brushed off some snow from the nearest box with my glove, and small specks of ice flew off. The cardboard was soft and damp, but I managed to peel it open a bit. Inside, I caught sight of old Christmas ornaments, faded red, chipped gold, tarnished silver. They looked dull, as though they had once gleamed with color but had lost their shine over time. I moved on to the other boxes, curious if they held the same items. Most did. Some contained strings of lights with frayed wires. A few had garlands that had become tangled masses of plastic needles and dusty tinsel. I noticed a set of wooden figures that appeared to belong to a nativity scene, but only animals were present. There was a donkey, a sheep, and a couple of other small figures. No sign of the baby Jesus, Mary, Joseph, or the wise men. The incomplete nature of it bothered me, though I couldn't explain why. The simple presence of these items in such a lonely spot felt odd. The air smelled faintly of old wood and damp cardboard. My breath fogged as I exhaled. I rubbed my hands together to warm them, then lifted a small wooden sheep. It had chipped paint along its back. The eyes were just tiny black dots. I set it down and wiped my glove on my coat to remove bits of dirty snow. I felt a subtle discomfort in my chest. The yard felt abandoned, yet prepared for something that never happened. I looked around for footprints or signs that someone had been here recently. I saw none. The snow seemed even, with only my fresh tracks disturbing the surface. My boots felt heavier with each step. I circled one of the piles, noticing a bright red ribbon stuck to a broken bit of crate. There was a tag attached to it. I leaned in and read the words, "Christmas party, wait for instructions." The handwriting was simple, maybe done with a black marker. There was no date, no name, no details. My pulse quickened a little. It felt strange to find such a note, giving the impression that a celebration was planned but never took place. A wave of cold air hit my face. I looked around, half expecting to see someone come out of the warehouse, but nobody appeared. I thought about calling out, but the silence seemed too deep. My voice would only echo against the walls. The yard had a stillness that made me uneasy, but it wasn't a menacing atmosphere. It was more like the area was frozen in time, stuck waiting for an event that never arrived. I decided to walk around the building. The wooden exterior had various cracks and splits in it. Some of the windows were shattered, and shards of glass clung to the frames. I peered inside through one of the openings. It was dark, but I could make out stacks of more boxes and some empty shelves. I saw no furniture, no sign of living space. It just looked like a storage area, long neglected. Snow had drifted in through the broken windows, forming small piles in the corners. My heart pounded a bit faster as I stepped around to the side of the warehouse. The snow came almost to my knees in some places. I had to lift my legs carefully to avoid stumbling. I noticed a broken door leaning off its hinge, so I tried giving it a gentle push. It creaked, letting out a scraping noise, but didn't fully open. It was wedged into the frame. A rush of stale air escaped from the gap, hitting my nose with a smell of rotting wood and dampness. I thought about squeezing inside to see what else might be there, but I hesitated. There was no guarantee of stable flooring or safe conditions. The building could be on the verge of collapse. I didn't want to take that risk. Instead, I turned back to the courtyard. From this side, I could see more boxes near a collapsed wall. The boards had partially fallen, and snow drifted inside. Those boxes were soaked and half buried. I felt an odd sense of sadness at the sight of all those Christmas items left to decay in the snow. I spotted another tag hanging on a length of ribbon, this time on a stack of broken wooden crates. I took a few steps to examine it. The ribbon was faded, a dull shade of green, with ice crystals clinging to the fabric. The tag said, Await further updates. No date or signature again. My mind played with possible scenarios. A planned holiday gathering for railroad workers, maybe an old tradition that got canceled. The incomplete nativity set and the scattered ornaments added to the unsettling feeling that people had intended to gather here. But something interrupted them. The hush around me grew more noticeable. My breathing sounded too loud. I cleared my throat, and the sound echoed slightly off the walls of the warehouse. I pressed the toe of my boot against a loose crate, and it gave way, sending a crunch through the snow. Beneath the crates, I glimpsed more ornaments, some lying broken and half-submerged in slush. One small sphere had chipped paint, revealing the clear glass beneath. I felt a jolt of unease. The entire place had the appearance of a celebration paused in the act of setting up. I wiped my nose with my sleeve, realizing the cold was getting to me. My fingertips had gone numb, even inside my gloves. I decided I had seen enough. My gut told me this spot was a dead end. There would be no answers here. I made one final pass around the yard, stepping carefully to avoid hidden debris under the snow. Rusted nails and splintered wood could be anywhere. A small sign on the ground caught my eye. It had once displayed some message in block letters, but most of the paint had flaked off. I couldn't read it fully, but I managed to make out the word Christmas. The rest was illegible. I sighed, feeling a tightness in my chest that had nothing to do with the cold air. This place felt like a ghost of a holiday that never arrived. The quiet pressed on me, reminding me how far I was from any town. No cars, no lights, no voices, just piles of forgotten decorations. I pulled my coat collar higher, my breath coming in short bursts. I glanced at the railroad tracks in the distance, still covered in snow, leading off to nowhere useful. I realized I had to keep walking if I wanted to reach shelter by nightfall. Before leaving, I looked back at the boxes stacked in that lonely yard. I noticed the incomplete nativity figures again, and my throat tightened slightly. The donkey, sheep, and ox stood there, collecting frost on their small wooden bodies. It felt wrong to leave them like that, but I had no reason to move them. They weren't mine, and I had no idea who they belonged to. I took one last look at the ribbon with the note, Festa de Natal, aguardam instruções. The words lingered in my mind, echoing with an unanswered question. I turned and began making my way back to the tracks. I kept my eyes on the ground, trying to maintain balance as the snow gave way beneath me. My legs were tired, and my back ached from carrying my pack. The temperature seemed to drop further, causing my breath to form larger clouds in front of me. Once I reached the rails, I paused to gather my bearings. The path ahead looked just as desolate as the path behind. I took a deep breath, forcing calm into my chest. As I walked away, I felt the tension slowly drain from my body, replaced by a lingering sense of unease. I couldn't stop thinking about that yard full of Christmas decorations. The phrases on the tags, wait for instructions, await further updates, played in my mind. It was as if the people who placed them expected to come back any day, but they never did. An odd emptiness gnawed at me. I wondered if anyone else had stumbled upon the scene. Or maybe I was the only one to see it since it was abandoned. I tried to shake off the feeling, focusing instead on the crunch of snow under my boots and the slight burn in my thighs. The sky grew darker, and a light flurry began, dusting my shoulders with fresh flakes. I shoved my hands deeper into my pockets and kept moving, determined to reach a town or a main road before the sun fully disappeared. My heart still thumped more heavily than normal, but I told myself it was just the exercise. About half an hour later, I reached the end of the disused track, connecting to a minor road. The relief I felt at seeing a proper roadway lifted some of the weight off my chest. I spotted a distant glow that might have been streetlights or houses, so I pressed on. Now that the warehouse was behind me, I let myself breathe more evenly. Yet the memory of those soggy boxes and half-finished decorations stayed in my mind. I wondered how long those objects would remain there, waiting for an event that never took place. After another stretch of walking, I saw the outline of a small building, maybe a garage or storage shed, next to the road. A thin column of smoke rose from a chimney. The sign of human presence eased my nerves. I quickened my pace, eager for warmth and possibly some directions. As I approached, I glanced back one last time toward where I'd come from. The abandoned warehouse was out of sight, swallowed by the curve of the land and the steady fall of snow. That night, I found a modest room to rent and tried to push thoughts of the yard from my mind. But even as I drifted to sleep, I kept picturing those ornaments, covered in a thin coating of ice, waiting for instructions that would never arrive. I had no plan to return, yet I couldn't forget the silent echo of that unfinished Christmas celebration. It felt like a secret, hidden in plain sight near the disused railway, where no one else would stumble across it. And as the room's heater hummed softly, I wondered if, somewhere in the cold dark, those wooden animals and boxes of decorations continued to stand in a still life, caught forever between preparation and abandonment. I first noticed the wooden guard post when I rounded a bend in the road and saw a small structure perched near the edge of a ditch. I had been driving for over an hour on an isolated rural path, my eyes fixed on the snowy hills and the occasional barn. The sun was low, and the sky had turned pale gray. The temperature felt cold enough that my breath condensed on the inside of the windshield. I slowed the car, wondering if the post was still in use, or just another forgotten relic of this quiet region. I parked on the side of the road, switched off the engine, and stepped out. The silence felt immediate. No passing cars, no distant farm machinery, no wind in the trees, just the crunch of snow under my boots. I closed the driver's door softly, as if expecting someone to pop out of that guard post at any moment. My heart thudded a bit as I walked closer. I didn't see any sign of recent activity. The snow around the post looked undisturbed. The structure was small, barely large enough for one person. It had a slanted roof with missing shingles, and the wooden walls were warped by time and weather. The glass in the single window was cracked, but still intact enough to block most of the interior from view. I moved around to the front, noticing a short step leading up to a door. The door was closed. It had a flimsy handle that looked rusted. A tangle of dead weeds curled around the base of the step. I knocked once. My own knuckles felt the roughness of the wood. No answer. I tried the handle, and it turned. The door opened with a sharp creak. Stale air met my face, carrying a faint smell of old paper and dried leaves. My stomach tensed. It felt strange to enter a space that clearly belonged to someone else, even if abandoned. I took a cautious step inside. The interior was cramped. A single chair sat in the corner, next to a small rusted kerosene heater. The heater had patches of rust on its tank and a dent on one side. On a tiny table, I noticed a ceramic mug with a chipped rim. The mug was empty, but a layer of dust coated the inside. A swirl of dust drifted upward when I leaned in for a closer look. I brushed some cobwebs away from my sleeve. To my left, a small wooden shelf held a few odds and ends, a notepad with curled edges, a short pencil stub, and some old receipts or tickets. I couldn't make out the words because they had faded. A calendar hung on the wall above the shelf. The calendar had a holiday theme, each page decorated with paper snowflakes. The current page read December, but the year was from many seasons ago. Each date square looked empty, no marks or scribbles. It was as though someone had put it up for a festive touch and then never used it. Against the opposite wall stood a makeshift coat rack with a single item hanging from it, a small boot, the kind a child might wear. The sight of that boot made my pulse quicken. It looked out of place in this lonely guard post. It dangled by its heel from a hook, partially covered with dust. I ran my thumb over the sole. The rubber had cracks, and the material felt stiff. It hadn't been worn in a long time. I set it back on the hook, though it didn't hang neatly. It twisted slightly, like it might fall. I glanced around for any sign of personal belongings that would explain why a child's boot was here. There was nothing else. No jackets, no tools, no groceries. The place looked staged for a single function, to watch the road and wait for visitors, but the occupant had vanished without finishing their shift. I felt my heart beating faster. I had no reason to be afraid, yet the silence gave me an uneasy feeling. I noticed my breathing sounded louder in the tight space. I inspected the chair. It had scratches on the arms, and the seat cushion was frayed. I brushed a thin layer of dust off the seat. The heater next to it had a control knob, which was stuck. My guess was it hadn't been lit in years. Near the chair, the floor had scuff marks, possibly from boots scraping as someone shifted position. The air felt cold and motionless, like it had been trapped inside for months. I spotted a thin gap in the wall, near the floor. Outside, light slipped through, a narrow beam illuminating part of the table. I crouched to look closer and felt a slight draft. There was no insulation or patching. A dried leaf rested in the gap, fluttering a bit as I exhaled. I realized I was so tense that my shoulders ached. The place wasn't dangerous. It was just empty. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that someone had left in a hurry. No footprints in the snow outside suggested that if they did leave, it was a while ago. Maybe the next snowfall had covered any tracks. My mind kept cycling through these small details. A faint rattling noise made me jump. I stood up quickly, my heart pounding. The sound had come from outside, maybe from the branches or the wind shifting something. Through the cracked window, I saw only my car and the fields. The sky had darkened a bit. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady myself. I reminded myself I was just a traveler who stopped out of curiosity. There was nothing here to harm me. I noticed a small piece of paper stuck between two boards in the back wall. I walked over and tugged it free. It was a short note with only a few words. "Be back soon." The letters were uneven, as if someone had scribbled them in haste. No date, no name. That simple statement tightened the knot in my chest. Whoever wrote it hadn't come back, at least not that I could tell. The note looked old, discolored, with small tears on the edges. I tucked the note back where I found it, feeling a surge of guilt for intruding on another person's space. A quick glance at the calendar again reminded me of the holiday imagery. Snowflake shapes in the corners, a little Santa figure in the corner of each page. The idea that this might have been set up for a Christmas shift, or something similar, gave me a small chill. Maybe the guard post had once been a spot for travelers to check in during harsh winter months, and the occupant tried to add some holiday spirit. My mind wandered to the child's boot again, and I felt uneasy. I clenched my fists to keep from trembling. There was no explanation. Perhaps a worker brought their child at some point. Perhaps it was lost, and nobody bothered to remove it. My thoughts looped in circles. I had no reason to linger. so I decided to leave. Stepping outside, I pulled the door shut behind me. It resisted at first, then slammed softly. The wooden structure creaked, as if complaining. I rubbed my arms, more aware than ever of the cold. The sky looked dull and hazy. The air had a slight metallic smell, maybe from distant fireplaces or some shift in the weather. I glanced around, saw my footprints leading back to the car, and realized how alone I was on this stretch of road. I walked slowly back to my vehicle, my boots sinking into the snow. I noticed the guard post's window from the outside. The cracked glass reflected a bit of the gray sky. For a moment, I felt as though someone might be watching from within. I forced myself not to dwell on that notion. There was no one inside. Once I reached the car, I got in and started the engine. The heater rattled before blowing cold air. I let it run, hoping it would warm up soon. My hands shook slightly on the steering wheel, not from the temperature alone, but from a subtle tension in my body. I took a few deep breaths. My headlights illuminated the road ahead, revealing patches of ice and dirt. I glanced back at the post one last time. It looked even smaller now, a faint shape against the snowy ditch. The roof slanted, and I could see the silhouette of the door. Part of me wanted to check it again, but I knew that would only feed my nerves. I shifted into drive, easing onto the road. The tires slipped a little on the icy surface before finding traction. My pulse still thudded, and I found myself gripping the wheel too hard. I tried to focus on the path, scanning for any sign of other travelers. The gloom deepened, pushing me to turn on my headlights fully. Each time the car passed a dip or bump, my nerves jumped. After a mile or so, I saw an old fence line and a small farmhouse in the distance. Light glowed faintly from its windows. The presence of another sign of life relieved some of my tension. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see only darkness. The guard post was out of sight, hidden by the curve of the road. I felt a tiny pang of regret that I couldn't do anything to explain or resolve what I'd seen. Still, I told myself it was just an abandoned roadside booth, nothing more. A few minutes later, I reached a junction with a slightly bigger road. I turned onto it, feeling safer somehow, knowing it would lead me closer to civilization. The sky looked ready to unleash more snow, but at least I was heading in a clearer direction. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since morning. I decided to find a place to stay before full dark. Yet the memory of that small guard post stayed with me, especially the child's boot hanging on the coat rack and the old calendar with untouched December pages. I kept replaying the detail of the note, "Be back soon," as if I expected those words to explain themselves. They never did. Even as I drove on, I could feel the quiet emptiness of the booth pulling at my thoughts. Eventually, I found a diner open near a gas station. I parked under a flickering neon sign, which felt oddly comforting after the silence I had left behind. Inside, the warmth and smell of cooking distracted me. I ordered coffee and a sandwich, trying to shake off the lingering anxiety. The staff chatted among themselves about local weather, paychecks, and minor gossip. The normal hum of conversation felt almost foreign after that hush by the roadside. I sat there, sipping hot coffee, glancing at my reflection in the window. I looked a bit pale, but maybe that was just the overhead lighting. I considered telling the waitress about the guard post, but I wasn't sure how to start. I found a deserted booth with a child's boot and a stale calendar. It didn't seem like a natural conversation. I kept quiet, focusing on my meal. When I finished, I paid, thanked them, and returned to my car. The night had settled in fully, and the diner's neon glowed against the snow. Before I left that parking lot, I took a moment to calm myself. I recalled the stillness of the post and the sense of something unresolved. but there was nothing I could do. So I flipped on my headlights, pulled onto the road, and headed onward. The guard post and its silent contents were already behind me, swallowed by the winter darkness. I tried to let go of the tension clinging to my muscles, telling myself I would reach my destination soon. My hands relaxed on the steering wheel, though the image of that dusty child's boot hung in the back of my mind. I knew it would stay there for a while, a faint reminder of a brief encounter with a mystery no one seemed prepared to solve. I first noticed the wooden footbridge as I turned a rocky corner on a high-altitude trail, with my breath coming in short bursts from the cold air. I had started my hike early in the morning, thinking I could reach the next valley before dusk. The path was narrow, winding through steep terrain. The snow under my boots crunched, and the wind felt sharp against my cheeks. My legs were already tired from hours of climbing. When the trail curved and opened onto a ledge, I saw the footbridge stretched across a deep gorge about 50 yards ahead. It was the only way forward, since the canyon walls on either side were nearly vertical. I slowed my pace to examine the bridge from a distance. The wooden planks looked weathered but appeared solid enough at a glance. A simple handrail ran along both sides, supported by posts at regular intervals. From my vantage point, I could see small objects attached to the rail, some bright spots of red and gold. The wind gusted through the canyon below, and I heard a faint whistling sound as if it rushed between the rocks. My stomach tensed when I realized how deep that drop must be. I inched closer, each step deliberate on the packed snow. The approach to the bridge consisted of a short flight of natural stone steps carved into the mountainside. I paused there to catch my breath. The wind carried a biting chill, and I felt it press against my jacket. I noticed that the sky had grown darker, possibly indicating a late afternoon cloud cover. The temperature felt like it was still dropping. My hands, wrapped in gloves, had started to numb. I flexed my fingers, trying to keep blood flowing. As I reached the first wooden plank, I discovered a small bow tied to the railing, a red ribbon frayed at the edges, bleached in places. Next to it dangled a little bell, the kind you might see on a holiday decoration. It barely tinkled in the forceful wind. The combination felt out of place here, perched over a massive gorge. I leaned in to inspect them. The material of the ribbon was rough and stiff. The bell had flecks of rust near the handle. A few feet away, another cluster of decorations. A sprig of pine, dried and brownish, tied with a short piece of twine. Then another red bow, smaller, pinned under a tiny clip. Each cluster looked modest but purposeful, as if someone had arranged them carefully along the entire span of the footbridge. I felt a slight tremor in my legs. The drop under the bridge must have been hundreds of feet, though the swirling mist and shadows made it hard to judge. I stepped onto the first plank. It groaned under my weight, but it held. I tested the next step, and it stayed firm. The wind howled around my ears. My breath felt tight in my chest. I gripped the handrail, feeling splinters catch on my glove's fabric. I kept my eyes forward, refusing to look down through the gaps in the planks. Each step produced a faint creak. Halfway across, the wind grew even stronger, funneling through the canyon. The cold stung the tip of my nose and made my eyes water. I paused, pressing a hand to my chest, and took a moment to steady my breathing. I realized that if a strong gust hit at the wrong moment, it could cause me to lose my balance. The vulnerability of my position sank in, and I felt a dull pulse of fear in my gut. Then I noticed a piece of paper clipped to the handrail near my hip. A small metal clip held it in place against the wood. I leaned in, squinting at the handwriting. It read, "May this Christmas bring courage to travelers." The message was in neat script, but there was no name or date. The edges of the note were crinkled and slightly yellowed, as though it had been there for a while. I pulled back a little, scanning the area to see if anyone might be nearby. There was no sign of another person. The only sound was the wind and my own shallow breathing. I felt my heart rate increase, not from physical exertion, but from an odd mix of curiosity and caution. Who had left these decorations? Why place them here, where few people traveled? The presence of the note gave me a strange sense of companionship, as if the bridge's caretaker wanted to offer encouragement. At the same time, it raised questions I couldn't answer. The emptiness around me amplified every small detail. The red bows fluttered, the tiny bells rang softly, and the pine sprigs shifted in the wind. Otherwise, everything was silent. I forced myself to keep going. Each step across the wooden planks felt like a small act of faith. The boards remained steady, though they groaned under the pressure. My mouth felt dry, and I swallowed, tasting the cold air. The canyon walls echoed the wind's howl. I tried to stay focused on the far side of the bridge. A sheer slope of gray rock rose beyond it, framed by a snowy trail continuing upward. Every time I glanced at the decorations, I felt a flicker of warmth, as though they were little guardians of holiday spirit. But the sense of exposure and isolation never left me. Eventually, I reached the 3/4 mark. My thighs ached from tension, and my shoulders felt rigid. The intense cold made my face sting, and I noticed a thin crust of ice forming on my scarf where my breath hit it. I paused again, wanting to catch my breath before completing the crossing. The swaying of the bridge was barely noticeable, but it existed, a subtle shifting that kept my nerves on edge. The wind battered my jacket. My gloves had bits of frost clinging to them. I let out a slow exhale, forming a cloud of vapor that vanished instantly. I thought about the message on the note. May this Christmas bring courage to travelers. In that moment, I felt grateful for the sentiment. The idea that someone had once stood here, decided to leave these small tokens of encouragement for future passers-by, touched me more than I expected. I scanned the cable supports, looking for any sign of who might have done it, maybe a name etched somewhere, or a different note, but I only saw the aging decorations. A part of me hoped to find a second message or a date, but there was nothing. Gathering my resolve, I continued forward. The final stretch of the bridge felt narrower, though that might have been my nerves talking. I glanced down once, spotting the swirling depths. The gorge below looked dark and forbidding. It sent a surge of adrenaline through my system. I felt my chest tighten, so I snapped my gaze back to the handrail. The wood felt rough under my glove, providing a thin reassurance. Step by step, I made my way to the other side until my boots finally touched solid ground again. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My heart was pounding, and I allowed myself a few moments to recover. The path on this side led up a short embankment and then continued across a rolling plateau. I turned back to face the bridge. From here, it looked almost ordinary, just a slatted walkway with some red bows and bells. The wind made the ornaments rattle and shift. Nothing about it was overtly frightening or supernatural. Yet the vulnerability I had felt on those planks was real. A small wave of relief spread through me as I realized I had crossed safely. My body felt lighter, though my legs were still tense. I took a few steps away, then turned to get a final look. The boughs and sprigs of pine fluttered in the wind, so small against the vastness of the canyon. I wondered if the next person who passed would see them in the same light, subtle reminders that someone had been there before. that someone cared enough to leave a spark of holiday cheer in such a remote place. I continued along the trail, stepping through ankle-deep snow. My boots made firm impressions, and I felt my breathing settle into a more regular rhythm. The pounding in my chest diminished, replaced by a cautious sense of accomplishment. The wind kept up its relentless push, but I felt more confident now that the scariest part seemed behind me. I reflected on the short message pinned to the rail. It had done its job. It offered me a dose of courage, however small. Sometime later, the path leveled out, and I paused to take a sip of water from my thermos. I glanced back, seeing only the outline of the canyon in the distance. The footbridge was no longer visible. My mind lingered on those decorations and that handwritten note. The entire experience had been unsettling, yet strangely uplifting. I hadn't felt real danger. I just felt the weight of the environment. My own fear came from the exposure and the unknown. Still, I couldn't deny the small measure of comfort that the decorations offered. They suggested that I wasn't the first to stand there, confronted by the cold and the height, in need of a quiet sign that humans can leave kindness behind, even in the harshest places. I resumed my hike. The wind continued to buffet my sides, and the mountain landscape stretched out in front of me. The day was dimming, and I needed to find a decent spot to camp or a safe route off the mountain before nightfall. Each step forward took me farther from the gorge, but my thoughts kept returning to the footbridge. It was an unlikely site for holiday ornaments, yet someone had chosen it carefully. Perhaps it was a local tradition, or maybe just a personal gesture by a passerby who wanted to leave a mark. By the time I reached a small clearing on a gentler slope, the sky had taken on a darker shade of gray. Light flakes of snow began to drift down, and I decided it was time to make camp. I found a spot sheltered by a cluster of large rocks, where I could block some of the wind. As I unpacked my gear, I caught myself still thinking about the note. May this Christmas bring courage to travelers. It felt personal, somehow directed at me despite the fact that I was just one hiker out of who knows how many. The immediate reality of the cold and the setting sun forced me to focus on setting up my tent, but the message clung to me. That night, as I crawled into my sleeping bag, I replayed the crossing in my mind. The dim boards under my feet, the biting wind, the occasional jingle of a small bell, the dryness of my mouth from fear. Yet it all ended with a sense of relief and a quiet gratitude for those small objects placed along the rail. They had lent an odd sense of companionship in a location that otherwise felt unforgiving. I drifted off with a faint hope that, whenever someone else came upon that same footbridge, they might draw some comfort from the decorations and the note as well. Even in the cold isolation of a high mountain pass, warmth could exist in the smallest gestures. And with that last thought, I let the fatigue of the day pull me into a deep sleep. Saw the wooden sign for the Christmas Choir's archive as I rounded a deserted bend on a rural road. I had been traveling for hours, hoping to reach a distant bed and breakfast before the early winter sunset. The road was quiet and bordered by fences and barren fields. When I noticed the words painted on a faded board, Coros de Natal, Archivo, I felt compelled to stop. I don't know if it was curiosity or fatigue, but something made me pull over onto the gravel shoulder. The car engine rattled a bit, then settled into a low hum. I looked through the windshield at a run-down wooden building with a drooping roof. The word archive, painted in large letters across the door, caught my eye. The place appeared abandoned. with cracked windows and walls showing signs of rot. A small path of trodden snow led to the entrance. My breath fogged the inside of the windshield. I shut off the ignition, leaving only the ticking of the cooling engine for company. Stepping out, I felt the cold air grip me. My jacket zipper was pulled up to my chin, but the chill cut through anyway. Gravel crunched under my boots as I approached the building. The door hung slightly ajar, not locked. It made a faint creaking sound when I pushed it. The smell hit me first. Old paper, dust, and a hint of varnish. It reminded me of a forgotten library or a long-closed bookstore. Inside, my footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. The space was dimly lit by weak afternoon light streaming through dirty windows. Rows of shelves lined the walls, stacked with boxes, folders, and old music books. A sign on one shelf read, "Christmas Scores," with an arrow pointing to an assortment of binders. Another sign read, "Programs," near a pile of printed pamphlets in a corner. The entire place felt frozen in time. I took a few steps forward, letting my eyes adjust. A layer of dust covered almost everything. My chest tightened a bit at the musty smell. I spotted a couple of old wooden chairs near a small desk. One chair looked stable, the other had a missing leg, propped awkwardly against the wall. On the desk sat a sign-in sheet, yellowed and curled at the edges. I leaned over to read it. The last entry was from a decade ago. The name and date were barely legible, but it said something about a holiday concert. It appeared no one had visited since. My heart thumped a bit harder when I noticed a piano in the far corner, covered by a thick layer of cloth. I approached it slowly, brushing a cobweb aside. The cloth felt stiff under my fingers, like it hadn't been moved in years. I pulled it back just enough to see the old wooden panels. The piano's finish was dull, with patches of discoloration. Dust and grime filled the small spaces between the keys. My instinct was to press one key, but I hesitated. The silence in the room seemed to dissuade me. My throat felt dry. A row of tall shelves ran along the back wall. Each shelf held dozens of labeled boxes, concert set lists, rehearsal notes, caroling routes, and more. The handwriting on each label varied, suggesting multiple people contributed to this archive over the years. Some boxes sat crooked, their corners crushed under weight. I walked closer, brushing dust off a box that read, 1955, Carol Selections. Curiosity pulled me in. I lifted the lid and saw sheet music, some typed, some handwritten. The pages looked brittle, edges yellowed and slightly torn. No sign of mold, just dryness. A faint draft of cold air wafted through. I looked around, searching for a broken window or gap. One of the upper panes had a crack that let in a small breeze. The temperature in the room felt only slightly warmer than outside. I decided to rummage a bit. My fingers brushed over the music sheets. Title after title referred to Christmas hymns and carols. Each one was annotated with notes about voice parts and tempos. I found a few programs featuring the same song titles. These programs listed church events, local choirs, and various years. Most dated to decades past. I moved away from the boxes, noticing a large wooden cabinet in the corner. It had glass doors, smeared with dust. Behind the glass, I saw spools of old audio recordings and small reels of film, each labeled with years and names. My guess was they were recordings of Christmas concerts, stored here for safekeeping. The reels looked untouched. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to open the cabinet, but I worried about disturbing something delicate or brittle. Instead, I stood there, absorbing the quiet. My ears strained to hear any hint of movement, maybe a rustle or a shuffle. Nothing, just my own breathing. A small lamp stood on a side table, but I doubted it would work. The building likely had no electricity. My gloved hands grew cold as I took notes in my head of what I saw. Shelves of old scores, a dusty piano, boxes stuffed with choir materials, and an entire corner devoted to archived recordings. Everything suggested a strong musical history, but now it was silent and forgotten. I decided to step to the center of the room, where a large table stood piled with loose sheets and empty cardboard boxes. Some of the sheets were scattered, as if someone had been sorting them then left in a hurry. I gingerly picked up a few. They were typed schedules for past Christmas Eve concerts. Who would sing alto? Who would handle the organ? Which songs would open the service? The schedule for one year showed a planned children's choir. Another year listed a special appearance by a local string quartet. My mind pictured people gathering in a warm church, practicing these songs, maybe wearing festive attire. I felt a slight pang in my chest, a mix of sadness and awe at the scale of these old events. I couldn't tell why it all ended or why no one had visited in so long. The building wasn't vandalized. It was simply abandoned. I thought about who might have the keys now, or whether the place was simply left unlocked for anyone to discover. I walked to a side door, expecting another small room. The door was wedged shut, so I gave it a soft push. It creaked, but didn't budge. A sign next to it read, "No entry, storage." I decided not to force it. Instead, I turned and noticed a faded photograph on the wall near the desk. It showed a group of men, women, and children holding sheets of music. They stood on a small stage, behind them a tall Christmas tree with lights. The sign under the photo read, "Local Carolers, 1972. Their expressions were all smiles and anticipation, as if the photographer had caught them mid-laugh. Something about their pose suggested a sense of community. Now, all that was left were boxes of paper in a cold, dusty room. A quiet sense of unease settled in. There was no obvious threat, but the lifelessness felt heavy. My breathing quickened slightly. I felt the tension in my shoulders, as though I was trespassing in someone's memory. I wandered back to the piano, finally deciding to lift the cloth entirely. The keys were grimy. I brushed them lightly with my gloved hand, sending up a small puff of dust. My foot pressed a pedal, and it sank noiselessly. I debated playing a note, but feared the sound would jolt me in that stillness. I settled on sliding my fingers across the surface without pressing down. Then I spotted a tiny golden bell on top of the piano. It lay on its side, tarnished, with a red ribbon tied to its handle. I picked it up, feeling the cold metal in my hand. I shook it gently. The ring was faint, muffled by years of disuse. The sound still cut through the silence, making my heart jump. I set it down carefully, as though any sudden movement might upset the air in the entire building. I realized dusk was approaching. The light through the windows looked even weaker, and the corners of the room had grown darker. I didn't want to be caught in the building if night fell completely. The idea of wandering these dusty aisles by flashlight didn't appeal to me. I took one last look around, letting my eyes drift over the shelves and the scattered papers. My gaze lingered on the sign reading, "Christmas Scores." Something about the place felt both warm in memory and cold in its current state. I headed to the door. My boots thumped on the wooden floor, echoing across the room. I paused near the entrance, glancing back at the desk with the sign-in sheet. Part of me wanted to scribble my name and date, to mark that I had come. But I realized it felt pointless. It wouldn't bring back the voices or the music that once filled these walls. I exhaled, creating a small cloud in the chilly air. Stepping outside, I shut the door behind me. It didn't latch fully, but I managed to wedge it so it stayed closed. The outside air felt only slightly colder than inside. My car sat where I left it, the sun dipping behind distant hills. I walked back, each step making a slight crunch in the snow. Once in the car, I started the engine and turned on the heat, rubbing my hands in front of the vents. My heart still felt a bit heavy, like I'd glimpsed a piece of history that most people forgot. As I pulled onto the empty road, the building receded in my rearview mirror. The words, Coros de Natal, Archivo, faded into the distance. I kept thinking about that little bell on the piano and the pages of Christmas music hidden in dusty boxes. There had been no visible threat, no startling sound or presence, yet the atmosphere stayed with me. I wondered if the music ever gets played or if the piano remains silent forever. The quiet hush of that archive felt thick, like the walls themselves once vibrated with voices singing holiday hymns. I drove a few miles without seeing another car or sign of life. My stomach knotted slightly, a reminder that I still had a ways to go before finding a place to rest. As the sky darkened, I turned on my headlights. I thought about telling someone in the next town about what I'd found, but I didn't know if they'd care. Maybe the local authorities were aware it existed. Maybe nobody bothered anymore. The miles slipped by, and I tried to push the image of the dusty scores out of my head, but it stayed. I pictured that old piano draped in cloth, the old bell with its weak jingle, the page of sign-ins from a time when people still gathered to sing. Part of me felt a small urge to return someday, to see if the building remained open, to see if anything changed. Another part of me wanted to leave it alone, respecting that it existed as a tomb for old carols and archived memories. Finally, I spotted a distant glow in the sky that hinted at the lights of a small town. My tension eased. I realized I was gripping the steering wheel too tightly. I made a conscious effort to relax my hands. Eventually, I found a modest inn off the main street where I parked. I checked in quickly, exchanging polite words with a bored clerk who seemed half asleep. In my room, I set my bag down, sank onto the bed, and closed my eyes. The quiet from that archive lingered in my ears. I imagined the gentle echo of a forgotten choir singing in that musty space. I opened my eyes, pushing the thought aside. There was nothing more to do. The building stood back on that lonely road, filled with dust and the remnants of Christmas music. And I had come out with only a fleeting memory of it. I tried to sleep, but I kept seeing the papers, the old programs, and that final sign-in entry from years ago. Whatever story it held, it ended in silence. After a long while, exhaustion finally overtook me. I slipped into an uneasy sleep, carrying the memory of that quiet, abandoned choir archive with me into the darkness. I first saw the sign announcing "Open for Christmas" when I turned off a narrow mountain road onto a driveway that looked half buried under fresh snow. I had been driving for hours in cold weather. My plan was to find a small lodge or inn before night fell. The tall pines on either side of the driveway blocked most of the late afternoon light. My headlights shone on a wooden sign shaped like a house with chipped paint and a string of unlit Christmas lights draped across it. The words, "Open for Christmas," were barely legible, their letters faded and the small bulbs dead. Still, I felt a small spark of hope that I might find a warm place to spend the night. As I approached, the building revealed itself as a modest two-story inn, its roof peaked under a layer of snow. A short porch led to the main door, which stood ajar. There was no car in the small parking area, just my own, and no visible footprints on the snow-covered steps. I stepped out of my vehicle, and the cold air bit my cheeks. The sky was darkening fast, turning a dull gray. A few flakes of snow continued to drift down, adding to the silence. My boots crunched on the uneven ground as I walked toward the entrance. Inside, the lobby lights were on, but dim. The door made a soft scraping sound against the floor as I pushed it fully open. The first thing I noticed was a large fireplace along the right wall. It dominated the space. Above the fireplace mantel, there were several Christmas stockings hung in a neat row, each one a solid color with a lacy border, none labeled with a name. They looked new, without stains or signs of use. Yet the fireplace below was cold and gray, with no ashes or logs. I rubbed my hands together, hoping to find a switch for the heat. I called out, "Hello, is anyone here?" My voice echoed lightly against the high ceiling of what appeared to be a reception hall. I heard no answer. The place smelled faintly of pine, probably from the small tree in the corner. The tree had a few ornaments, mostly simple round baubles, and a single string of lights that blinked at a slow, uneven pace. A soft hum came from a set of overhead bulbs, but otherwise the inn was silent. I took a few steps across the worn rug, noticing a wooden reception desk in the far corner. On the desk, a small bell sat near an open guest book. I tapped the bell, listening to its dull ring. Nothing stirred. I glanced at the pages of the guest book. They were blank. There was a pen lying on top, but no entries. The last used page showed a date from months ago, scrawled with a note about cleaning supplies. It provided no information about new visitors. I felt the air brushing my face. The temperature inside was cool, like someone had turned off the main heater. I tried a light switch behind the desk. The overhead bulbs flickered, but stayed on, providing a steady glow. I spotted a narrow hallway leading away from the lobby. Small sconces on the wall lit the corridor in a soft yellow. The carpet there looked cleaner, as though it had been vacuumed recently. My throat felt dry. I called out again, "Hello? Manager? Anybody?" Still no response. I decided to walk down the hall to see if I could find a kitchen or office. The first door to my left stood ajar. It revealed a small dining area with a handful of tables set for a meal. Plates, napkins, and cups were arranged neatly, but there was no food in sight. A gentle coating of dust covered the surfaces, suggesting no one had used the dining area for at least a few days. The silverware still gleamed under the light. I rubbed a fork handle, and my fingertip picked up a thin layer of dust. My stomach rumbled a little, but I saw no sign of a functional kitchen or even a staff member. Back in the hallway, I checked another door labeled storage. It was locked. Further down, a staircase led to the second floor. The stairs creaked under my weight. The wooden banister felt polished, though cold. At the top, I found a landing that opened onto a corridor lined with numbered doors. Each door presumably led to a guest room. The first one I tried was unlocked. I pushed it open slowly. Inside, I found a simple but tidy bedroom. The bed was made, the window showed a view of the falling snow, and a small side table had a folded towel. No sign of a person, no suitcase, no coat, nothing. The radiator in the corner was off. I touched it, feeling the chill of metal under my palm. I moved on to the next room. Same situation, neat bed, empty closet, no sign of recent occupancy. I tried a third room. It was the same. Perfectly prepared beds, clean towels, but no heat, no personal belongings. Each room felt like it waited for guests who never arrived. My breath caught in my throat. The quiet started to feel oppressive. I walked to the end of the hallway and found a narrow window looking out onto the driveway below. I could see my car, the only vehicle in sight. Snow continued to drift, and the light was now dim, tinted purple with oncoming night. I went back downstairs, passing the silent dining area again. I reached the lobby, eyeing the fireplace and the stockings. The stockings looked unused, each one slightly swaying in a faint draft. I stepped up to them. My fingertips touched the material. It was soft, probably a synthetic fabric meant to resemble wool. They had lace trim, bright red cuffs, and no name tags. They were all empty, with crisp folds inside. I took one down briefly, just to see if anything was tucked in it. Nothing. I felt a subtle wave of discomfort, as though I was touching something meant for someone else. I put the stocking back carefully. My stomach grumbled again, but I saw no sign of food or staff. The sign outside had claimed "Open for Christmas," yet it looked like nobody had visited for weeks. I wondered if something had happened unexpectedly, an emergency that forced the owners to leave, or a delayed shipment of supplies. There was no evidence of disturbance or theft. The place looked clean, organized, but abandoned in plain sight. The temperature was bearable, but not comfortable. I zipped my coat all the way, my breath fogging a little in the cool air. I considered leaving right then, but the idea of driving back onto that dark mountain road made me hesitate. The forecast had mentioned more snow, and I wasn't certain I'd find another inn before night fully set in. I called out again, "I'm going to wait here for a while. If anyone's around, please let me know." My voice echoed back to me. I checked behind the reception desk for a phone. I found a landline phone, but no dial tone. A small notepad lay beside it, with a short scribble that read, "Extra logs for fireplace, check storage." The handwriting looked rushed, and no date was listed. I wanted to try the storage room again, but it was locked. I sat on one of the lobby's armchairs near the fireplace, noticing how the cushion felt firm, as if rarely used. I placed my backpack on the floor at my feet, rummaging for a snack. I unwrapped a granola bar and ate it slowly. The quiet around me felt heavier now that it was dark outside. The single row of overhead lights created a mellow glow. The small Christmas tree in the corner continued its slow blinking. I glanced at the stockings once more, each color reflecting the weak light. I thought I heard a faint creak from somewhere beyond the hallway, but it might have been the building settling. After waiting another 10 minutes, I decided to investigate the rest of the ground floor. Maybe the inn had a manager's office in the back. I passed through a small archway behind the reception area, finding a short corridor. One door was marked laundry, but when I opened it, I found only a dark room with a washing machine and dryer, both unplugged. Another door was labeled office, but it was also locked. The rest of the area seemed to be a small supply closet with cleaning tools. Everything looked orderly, with mops and brooms stacked neatly. No sign of life. Returning to the lobby, I checked the front door. The temperature had dropped outside, and snow had begun to accumulate again on the porch steps. I felt uncertain about the roads. I weighed the risks. Either leave now and drive through potential blizzard conditions, or stay in this empty inn with no caretaker. I decided to stay, at least for the night, thinking it was safer than the dark mountain passes. I found a thermostat on one wall, but turning the knob did nothing. No heat came on. The place must have had a central heating system that was off or non-functional. I realized I had seen the guest rooms upstairs, all with clean beds. I returned to the second floor, choosing the room with the least drafty window. I flicked the light switch. Thankfully, it worked. The overhead lamp gave a slight hum. I tested the bed, pulling back the covers. The sheets felt cold, but fresh enough. I placed my backpack on a small chair, took off my boots, and inspected the bathroom. It looked functional, with a decent shower and a toilet, but no warm water. I tested the faucet. Only a trickle of cool water came out. There were spare towels folded neatly on a shelf. I decided to settle in. I layered on extra clothes from my bag, then crawled under the blankets. The material was crisp, as if recently laundered. My body heat gradually warmed the bed, but the air in the room remained chilly. I kept thinking about the empty dining room and the unused kitchen. The sign outside said, "Open for Christmas," yet I was the only one here. My mind raced with questions. Did the staff set everything up for a holiday crowd that never arrived? Were they called away unexpectedly? I tried to push those thoughts aside and rest. The bed was stiff, but not uncomfortable. My eyelids felt heavy. I drifted off for a while, only to wake up to the faint glow of the hallway light under my door. My mouth was dry, so I got up to look for water. I found a bottle in my backpack. The digital clock on the nightstand, which was still plugged in, read 2:14 a.m. I realized the place was silent. No wind outside, no heating system humming, no sign of footsteps, just my own breathing. I felt a cold tension in my chest. My imagination played tricks, making me wonder if I heard small tapping noises. But each time I listened closely, there was nothing. I eventually dozed again, and by morning, a thin layer of sunlight peeked through the curtains. The building felt even colder, and I saw more snow had fallen outside. Everything looked pristine and white. I dressed quickly, returning downstairs to see if anyone had appeared. The lobby looked exactly as before, stockings hanging, fireplace cold, tree lights still blinking in slow intervals. My heart sank a bit. I had hoped to find the manager preparing breakfast, or at least a note. Still nothing. I considered leaving right away, but I took a moment to explore once more. Nothing had changed. The reservation book remained blank, the storage door locked, the phone dead. The stockings still hung in a neat row. It felt like a place set up for a holiday that never happened. I realized I didn't want to spend another night there. I grabbed my backpack, stepped onto the porch, and felt the morning chill on my face. The snow on the steps was thick, but I managed to clear a path with my feet. Back at my car, I brushed off the accumulated snow, started the engine, and let it warm. The inn's sign, with its faded lights and chipped paint, still read, "Open for Christmas," but there was no one to greet me. I glanced at the building one last time as I pulled away, noticing the reflection of the blinking tree lights through the lobby window. The memory of those empty stockings stuck with me. They looked ready to be filled with gifts, but no guests ever arrived to receive them. I drove off carefully, the tires crunching snow on the unpaved road. My heart felt oddly heavy, yet I was relieved to leave. The image of that deserted inn, with its holiday decor and absent staff, stayed in my mind. The silence had weighed on me in a way that wasn't exactly frightening, but it left an uneasy impression. As I merged onto the main road, I wondered if anyone would ever come back to make use of that place, or if it would remain an isolated lodge that declared itself open while quietly standing empty, waiting for a Christmas gathering that would never happen. Everything about that night felt wrong from the moment our bus rattled onto that narrow road covered in fresh snow. I remember the way the tires slipped when the driver turned the wheel to avoid a patch of ice. My seat creaked each time the bus jolted, and I gripped the armrest until my knuckles went pale. There were only a few of us riding that night, maybe 5 or 6. Most people were asleep or trying to be. I couldn't relax. I kept staring out the window at the endless white fields, my mind racing with questions about where we were and how far we still had to go. It was Christmas Eve, and I wanted to reach this small town by morning. but the snow made everything slower. The driver finally announced that we had to make a stop. He sounded frustrated. He said we would pull over at an old station. I looked at my watch and realized we were already 2 hours behind schedule. I felt my stomach tighten. I just wanted to keep moving, but there was no way around it. He needed to check something on the bus, maybe let the engine rest. At first, I wasn't sure if I should step out into the cold, but I'd been cramped in that seat for so long that my legs were starting to ache. We stopped in front of a weathered building that looked more like a small wooden shed than a proper station. There was a single lamp outside, glowing weakly against the darkness. The snow around it looked flat and untouched. A worn sign on a rusted pole displayed bus schedules, but half the letters had peeled away. The interior lights in the bus were dim, so I could see outside pretty clearly. Everything looked deserted. No one else got up. A man behind me coughed but stayed hunched in his seat. A woman in the front row stared at her phone like she knew it wouldn't work, but couldn't bear to put it away. The driver opened the door and told us we had about 15 minutes. He stayed in his seat, messing with some papers. I stood, grabbed my coat from the overhead rack, and headed out. The cold air hit me right in the face as I stepped onto the slippery ground. The wind wasn't strong, but the temperature felt brutal. I pulled my collar up and forced my boots through the fresh layer of snow. The station's door groaned as I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled stale, like old wood and dust. There wasn't much space, just a small bench, a scuffed wooden floor, and a couple of cracked windows. They had some holiday decorations scattered around, a few faded green and red ribbons taped to the walls, and a rusted bell hanging from a short cord on the ceiling. I noticed a thin booklet on the bench. It looked like a collection of Christmas carols. Its cover had a cheerful design once, but the colors had grown pale. I wanted to stretch my legs, so I walked around the cramped interior. My breath came out in short puffs, and the cold seemed more intense in there than it had outside. I couldn't understand why, but I felt the back of my neck tighten. I stepped on the wooden floor, and it creaked with each movement. Then I spotted marks on the floor, like something heavy had been dragged. It reminded me of a chair being scraped across the boards, but I saw no chairs, just the empty bench and that single bell on the ceiling. I moved closer to the bench and picked up the carol booklet. The pages felt slightly damp, and I had to peel them apart gently. Scrawled between the lines of some songs were short messages in pencil. At first, I thought they were notes about the chords or maybe names of different songs. But as I looked closer, the sentences described random people. Tall man in a blue coat, looked nervous. Short lady with black gloves, quiet the whole time. Or kid with a red scarf, crying for his mom. Each note was brief. They all looked like random observations. They made me uneasy. It felt like I was seeing into the mind of someone who just sat there, watching travelers come and go, writing down details about them. I tried to imagine who would do that, but it gave me chills. A gust of wind passed through a gap near the door, making that little bell sway. The tiny ring startled me, and I almost dropped the booklet. My heart thumped a little faster, and I realized I felt alone in a strange way. Sure, the bus was right outside, but I couldn't see it from where I stood, and nobody else was coming in. The only source of light came from the old lamp outside, and it barely reached past the doorway. I could make out shapes in the gloom, but not much detail. Everything had a dull gray tint. I put the booklet down, stepped back, and considered leaving. My hands were cold. I rubbed them together and stuffed them in my coat pockets. It wasn't just the temperature that bothered me. The place felt heavy. Each breath made me aware of my own chest rising and falling, like I was in a vacuum. I took a few steps toward the corner, noticing more marks on the floor. They formed a partial circle around the bench, like repeated drag lines. I wondered if someone used to rearrange furniture here, or if they stood watch for hours at a time. I heard a faint honk from the bus. The sound cut through my thoughts. It felt like a rescue call. My feet were freezing, so I hurried to the door. Before I left, I turned to look at the bench again. The bell rang one more time with a soft jingle. My pulse sped up. I saw a piece of ribbon on the floor near the bench. It was green, torn at one end. I don't know why, but I was sure it hadn't been there a moment ago. My mouth felt dry, and I swallowed hard. Then I stepped outside. The wind had picked up a little, and tiny flakes of snow drifted under the lamp. The driver gave another short honk, so I walked quickly toward the bus. I almost slipped on a patch of ice near the door. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, but I felt a wave of relief as soon as I stepped onto the bus. I glanced around. Everyone was still in their seats, either dozing or staring into space. Nobody looked at me. I closed the door behind me, letting the warm air from the bus's heating system wash over my stiff fingers. I found my seat, sank into it, and tried to steady my breathing. The bus jerked forward after a moment, and we started moving again. I watched the station grow smaller through the foggy window. The lamp's glow became a tiny spot. Then it was gone. I realized I was gripping my knees, pressing them together. My heart was still racing. I kept thinking about those notes in the booklet and how detailed they were. I imagined someone sitting in that station every day or every night, recording details about strangers. The idea made my skin crawl. I wondered if there were notes about me. But I hadn't seen anything describing me, at least not in the pages I read. Then I thought maybe I missed something. I felt a knot in my stomach because the station reminded me how vulnerable I was out there. The bus was a thin shell. The roads were empty. The snowfields stretched on forever. If anything went wrong, we'd be stuck out there with no help. My thoughts jumped from one worst-case scenario to another. I wanted to distract myself, so I fiddled with my phone, but there was no signal. I listened to the low hum of the engine, the tires crunching through the snow, and the occasional snore from someone in the back. I closed my eyes, hoping to sleep, but each time I drifted off, I saw those pencil notes in my head. They felt like eyes watching me. After an hour, we picked up speed. The roads were clearer, and the driver must have been pushing to make up time. Nobody spoke. The interior lights stayed low, and the windows showed nothing but darkness. Occasionally, I saw the outline of trees or a farmhouse in the distance, but I couldn't be sure. The snow reflected what little light there was, and everything else looked shadowy and distant. I tried to distract myself by counting the seats or noticing how many times we hit bumps, but my mind always went back to the station. I wondered who built it. How long had it been there? Why did it have Christmas decorations that looked older than me? The ribbon's colors were so dull, and the bell had rust spots. The idea that someone kept track of bus passengers out there gave me a prickly feeling. I pictured a lone observer who never got on or off the bus, just waiting. Sometimes I told myself it was just an old caretaker's habit, or maybe kids messing around. But I couldn't fully shake the tension in my chest. Eventually, the driver coughed into the intercom and said we were about 40 minutes from the main road that would lead to my stop. My shoulders relaxed a bit. I felt my eyelids grow heavy, and I managed to doze off for a while. I slept lightly, half aware of the vibrations around me, half dreaming about that station. In my dream, I was sitting on that wooden bench, flipping through a booklet filled with descriptions of countless travelers. But the pages never ended. They flipped on their own, as if an invisible hand turned them while I sat there, unable to move or speak. When I opened my eyes again, the bus was slowing down to let someone off at a small crossroads. The interior lights turned on, and a man shuffled past me in the aisle, rubbing his face. He thanked the driver and walked out into the snow. Then the doors shut, and we rolled on. The final stretch of road felt smoother. The driver must have found a well-plowed route. I could see streetlights in the distance, and soon we were pulling into the outskirts of the town where I planned to spend Christmas. The tension in my shoulders melted a bit, but my mind still replayed those images. We reached the station in town around midnight. I grabbed my bag, thanked the driver, and stepped onto the sidewalk. The cold air bit at my cheeks, but it didn't feel as piercing as before. At least here there were lights, parked cars, and a few people hurrying home with last-minute gifts. The difference between this place and that lonely outpost made me breathe a little easier. I found a small guest house nearby and checked in. After the manager handed me my key, I climbed the creaking stairs to my room. I locked the door behind me, dropped my bag on the floor, and sat on the edge of the bed. My head pounded, and my mouth was dry. I tried to focus on the relief of being somewhere warm and safe, but I couldn't stop picturing that old bench and those scrawled notes. I stood up, paced the length of the room, and stared out the window at the street below. A few people still wandered around, but the roads were mostly quiet. I wondered what they'd think if I told them about that station. Probably nothing. They might say it's normal for old places to have weird graffiti or leftover items. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't just idle scribbling. It felt organized, like a record keeper's work. I lay down, switched off the light, and let my eyes adjust to the dark. I heard a faint drip in the bathroom and the distant sound of a car passing by outside. My heart rate slowed, but my nerves stayed on edge. I thought about how that station would look right then, hours after I left. Would the wind have pushed more snow into the doorway? Would another bus have stopped, letting some exhausted traveler wander in? Would they find that same booklet and read those same notes? I tried not to care, but the images wouldn't leave me. Before I finally fell asleep, I promised myself I wouldn't tell anyone about it right away. I just wanted to enjoy Christmas with my relatives. But in the back of my mind, I knew I wouldn't forget that place. Even the idea of returning there one day to see if the notes changed made my chest tighten again. I closed my eyes and tried to push the thoughts away, focusing on the fact that I had made it. The bus station, the bench, and the bell were all miles behind me now. In the morning, I woke to the sound of distant church bells. I left the guest house to find breakfast. The sun was shining, and people smiled on the sidewalks. Everything felt normal again, but the memory stayed. Every time I felt a chill, I remembered that cold spot inside the station. Every time I heard a bell, I thought of the rusted one hanging by that cord. I never found out who wrote those notes or why they kept track of strangers. I never saw that station again, but I still get a faint twist in my gut when I think of it. I was only there for a few minutes, but it changed the way I look at abandoned places. I don't like to linger anywhere too long now. I don't like reading things left behind by faceless people, and I always keep my eyes open when I step off a bus in the middle of nowhere. Maybe it's just caution, or maybe it's the unease that station instilled in me. Either way, that's all I've got. That's the story. I made it to my destination, but a part of me never really left that wooden station in the snow. Another burst of cold air hit me the second I stepped into that rural hotel lobby. I had been driving for hours through a heavy snowfall, and my shoulders ached from gripping the steering wheel. The manager at the front desk looked half asleep. He handed me a key without much conversation. I trudged upstairs to my room on the second floor, carrying my single duffel bag. The corridor was narrow and lit by a few weak bulbs. The wooden floor groaned under each step I took. My boots left a thin trail of melted snow behind me. I noticed a single painting on the wall about halfway down the corridor. It showed a group of people around a Christmas tree. They wore old-fashioned clothes like something from decades ago. They all stood in a circle, gazing at the tree. At a quick glance, I didn't see much else worth noting. I was too tired to pay attention, so I continued to my room. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and set my bag on the small bed. The heater let out a clank when I switched it on, but eventually the air warmed up. I kicked off my boots, peeled away my damp socks, and sat on the bed. The mattress sagged under my weight. I considered going downstairs to grab some food, but I felt exhausted. The image of that painting lingered at the edge of my mind for some reason. I decided to push it aside and just rest. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the faint hum of the heater. Sometime around midnight, I woke up thirsty. My throat felt scratchy, so I decided to go find some water, or maybe see if there was a vending machine. I slipped on my boots without tying the laces and threw on the jacket I'd hung over a chair. I opened the door and walked down the hall. The lights were dimmer than before. A single bulb flickered above the painting. I moved past it on my way to the stairs. Something drew my eyes to the painting again. The figures stood in their same positions, but I had the sense that their faces were clearer now. I saw more detail in their eyes. It struck me as odd, but I blamed it on my tired mind. I continued down to the lobby. I found no vending machine, so I approached the reception desk. No one was there. A small sign said the night clerk would be back soon. There was a water cooler near a wall, and I filled a paper cup. The water tasted slightly stale, but it eased the dryness in my throat. After that, I made my way back upstairs. I passed the painting again. This time I stopped. The eyes in the painting seemed to be looking in my direction. I stared at them, leaning in, trying to see if something about the paint texture created an optical illusion. I reached out and tapped the frame with a knuckle. It felt solid. I stepped back and walked on. When I got to my room, I locked the door behind me. I crawled under the thin blanket and listened to the heater click on and off. My mind played tricks on me. I felt uneasy about that painting. The moment I closed my eyes, I pictured the group's faces. They appeared more defined than before. It bothered me enough that I kept fidgeting, unable to fall back asleep. My heart beat a little faster when I remembered how the corridor was dead silent, except for my own footsteps. Morning came after a restless night. Pale sunlight filtered through the frosty window. I put on fresh clothes and headed downstairs to check if they served breakfast. In the small dining area, I found a pot of lukewarm coffee and a few stale pastries. I gulped down the coffee anyway, hoping it would wake me up. I asked the manager about the painting in the corridor, but he just shrugged. He said he had no information on it. Maybe it was part of the hotel's original decor, or maybe the owner just liked antiques. He didn't seem to care. I decided to stick around for the day, as I needed to rest. The roads were still icy. By afternoon, I realized I needed some ice from the downstairs kitchen for a small cooler I kept in the car. I headed up and down the corridor a few times, each time passing that painting. Every time, I felt an uncomfortable jolt in my chest, like the painting demanded my attention. The faces in the artwork looked more vivid. The tree's ornaments seemed brighter. I even noticed the pattern on the floor in the painting, which I hadn't noticed before. On the third trip past the painting, I tried to look at it only from the corner of my eye. A sense of dread built in my stomach. My hands felt clammy. I could see the figures standing very close together, their arms almost touching. Their eyes seemed to shine with a new intensity. I hurried to the stairs, not wanting to linger. That evening, the corridors stayed quiet. No one else walked around. I assumed most of the other guests had left due to the bad weather, or maybe there were never many guests to begin with. The manager had said it was a slow season. I sat in the small lounge downstairs, reading a newspaper. I heard the wind outside, howling against the windows. It made the place feel even more isolated. When I finally stood up to go back to my room, I hesitated in the lobby, wondering if I really wanted to pass that painting again. But I had no choice. My room was up there. I walked slowly, one foot in front of the other, listening to the old floor squeak. The corridor lights flickered. My mouth felt dry. I told myself not to look at the painting, but as I reached it, my head turned on its own. The painting looked darker than before. The figures stood in the same positions, but their expressions seemed sharper, almost resentful. Their eyes looked like they followed me. I felt a chill run through my arms, and I swallowed. My heart thumped in my chest. The hair on my neck stood up. I hurried to my room without stopping. I locked the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. I felt my pulse in my throat. My hands trembled a little. I walked to the bed and sat down, trying to calm myself. I told myself it was just a painting. It couldn't change. Paint didn't shift on its own. Maybe the lighting was playing tricks, or maybe I was just tired. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried reading a book to distract myself, but my eyes kept drifting to the door, imagining what waited in the corridor. When I finally turned off the lamp, my mind conjured up images of those painted eyes peering in from under the door. I forced myself to stop thinking about it. Night dragged on. I heard each clock tick from a small alarm clock on the nightstand. I stared at the ceiling, counting minutes until morning. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke to darkness again. I felt an urge to see if anyone else was in the corridor. I couldn't hear a single sound. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, but the battery had died. I got up, pulled on my shoes, and stepped out into the hallway. The walls were faintly lit by the same flickering bulbs. I looked left and right. Nothing. Then my eyes landed on the painting. My stomach tightened as I noticed a new detail. The people in the painting looked closer to the frame's edge, like they had moved forward. My skin prickled. My jaw tightened. I took a slow step forward, ignoring the tremor in my hands. I stared at the painting from up close. The brushstrokes were rough, but they formed faces that almost looked real. I could see lines around their mouths and the faint shape of eyebrows. I felt the urge to touch the canvas but held back. My heart pounded, and my breath came in shallow bursts. I glanced around, half expecting someone to appear behind me, but the corridor stayed empty. I retreated to my room and locked the door again. Adrenaline buzzed in my veins. I turned on every light in the room, even the small table lamp. My brain kept trying to explain what I'd just seen. Maybe it was always that detailed, and I hadn't noticed. Maybe the corridor lighting changed the perception, yet I couldn't stop sweating. I dreaded the idea of leaving my room again, but I realized there was no food left in here, and I felt hungry. After a few hours, I worked up the nerve to step out. Daylight had begun to creep in through the windows. I walked to the painting again, telling myself it would look normal in the morning light. But the moment I faced it, I noticed the same unsettling clarity. The figures stared at me. They seemed alive in a quiet, unsettling way. I forced myself to keep walking. Downstairs, I ate a quick breakfast. A few staff members were around, but they didn't say much. I waited until someone passed near the front desk and asked if they knew anything about the painting. The staff member shook his head. He said it had been there for as long as he'd worked at the hotel. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. He told me the owner liked old Christmas scenes and left them up year-round. Then he walked away. I decided I couldn't stay there another night. I returned to my room, packed my bag, and carried it downstairs. I went to check out. The manager raised an eyebrow at my early departure. He asked if I was dissatisfied. I just said I had to leave. I was polite, but I felt my skin crawling. I settled the bill and headed for my car. The wind had piled fresh snow against the tires, and I spent a few minutes clearing it away. Then I slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine sputtered, but started. I cranked the heat and steered out of the parking lot. As I pulled onto the main road, I realized I still felt uneasy. My back was tense, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The memory of the painting pressed on me. I replayed those moments when I saw the figures shift, or when their eyes felt more intense. I couldn't decide if my imagination had run wild, or if something truly bizarre had happened. I just knew I wanted to get as far from that hotel as possible. The road was icy, but I drove slowly, passing pine trees bent under the weight of snow. Now and then, I thought I saw faces in the branches, but I knew it was just the pattern of light and shadow. I gripped the wheel tighter, wishing the feeling of dread would go away. Eventually, the roads improved, and I began to see signs for other towns. I stopped at a diner for lunch. I sat at a small booth in the corner, eating a sandwich and staring at the scratches on the table. My mind drifted back to that corridor. I remembered the hush of the hallway, the flicker of the lights, and the oppressive feeling that the painting watched me. I felt my appetite shrink. I forced down the last bits of bread, paid, and headed back to my car. The tension in my chest hadn't faded. That night, I reached a different small town and found a modest motel. It wasn't fancy, but the atmosphere felt ordinary. No old paintings, no flickering lights, just plain walls and basic furniture. I stepped into my room and flicked on the overhead light. The relief I felt made my shoulders sag. I realized how badly that painting experience had unsettled me. Before bed, I tried to read, but I couldn't focus. I kept picturing the faces from that old Christmas scene, as though they were burned into my memory. I recalled the sense that they had moved closer to the glass. I remembered the dread that coursed through me whenever I walked by. My pulse rose just thinking about it. I turned off the light, sank into the pillow, and told myself I was free of that place. Still, that night, I dreamed of a dim corridor. I saw the painting looming on the wall. The figures had pressed right up to the glass. Their faces wore faint smiles. I jerked awake, covered in sweat, heart pounding like I'd been running. I sat up, blinking in the darkness. I reminded myself I was safe in a different motel many miles away. I never went back to that rural hotel. I never found out any real history about the painting. Some nights, I wonder if the staff replaced it or sold it off. Other times, I picture it still hanging there, waiting for the next traveler to notice that small shift in the brushstrokes. Since then, I try not to stay in places that seem too quiet or old-fashioned. When I have to, I avoid looking at the artwork on the walls. It's easier that way. I don't need another night of that kind of tension. That's the story, plain and simple. It was just a painting in a corridor, but it felt like more. It's not something I can prove or explain. I only know how it felt at the time, and that feeling was enough to drive me away. I still get a knot in my stomach when someone mentions old paintings or antique decor. I don't want to be in that situation again, staring into eyes that shouldn't see me, but somehow do. I stopped my car in front of that quiet, snow-covered village because I had no phone signal and needed directions. I'd been driving for hours on narrow roads, watching the snowfall get heavier. My map app stopped updating, and I felt stuck. The village sign was half buried in ice, and I could barely make out the name. There were a few old houses scattered around, and most of them looked abandoned. I parked near a small wooden structure that resembled a phone booth. It caught my eye because it stood apart from the rest of the village, as if it existed in its own bubble of silence. I turned off the engine, stepped outside, and felt the crunch of snow under my boots. The air was cold enough to sting my cheeks. My breath formed little clouds in front of my face. I shoved my hands in my coat pockets and walked toward the booth. The wind felt sharp, but it wasn't a full-blown storm yet. I noticed that the booth had a simple design: wooden walls, a slanted roof, and a glass door that had cracks near the edges. A small sign above the door read something in faded paint, possibly the name of the local telephone service. I didn't pay much attention to it. I just wanted to see if the phone inside worked. When I opened the door, it creaked, and a stale odor drifted out. The interior looked cramped. A single wooden stool sat beneath a dusty shelf with old phone books. The phone itself was the classic black rotary kind. The mouthpiece looked worn, as if many people had pressed their lips against it over the years. An overhead bulb flickered once, then went dark. I realized there was no electricity. Maybe some old battery or solar connection powered the light, but it was clearly unreliable. I stepped inside and shut the door to block the wind. The air felt heavier in there, despite the cold. My boots scraped against the wooden floor, and I heard a faint echo, as if the booth was bigger than it appeared. I lifted the phone's receiver. There was no dial tone, just a slight hiss of static. I tried rotating the dial out of habit, but it spun and clicked without effect. I pressed the receiver to my ear again, and the static got louder. It sounded like a rush of faint whispers, but I assumed it was just interference. The hiss didn't go away. I took a breath, listening more closely. I heard small bursts of noise, not quite words, but they seemed to have a pattern. My scalp prickled. I told myself it was just my imagination. I hung up the receiver, took a step back, and looked around for any instructions. A worn sign on the wall listed old phone numbers for local services, police, fire department, a few businesses. Most of them were probably out of service, given the condition of this place. I tried to brush off the strange feeling in my gut, but I couldn't ignore how the static had sounded almost like a human voice. I lifted the receiver again, pressing it gently to my ear. The static popped, then crackled. After a moment, I thought I heard a faint phrase, something like, "Hello," or "You there?" My chest tightened. My breath caught in my throat. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe there was a radio signal bleeding into the lines. Maybe a distant tower was picking up a stray broadcast. I hung up and grabbed the stool so I could sit for a moment. I rubbed my hands together for warmth, trying to decide if I should waste more time messing with this ancient phone. Part of me wanted to leave, but I still had no cell service, and I hoped there was a chance the line might connect to a local operator. The sign outside had suggested it was a community phone booth, possibly used in emergencies. Maybe some old wiring still worked. I dialed a random local number from the list on the wall. The rotary clicks felt mechanical, echoing in the still air. I listened. Static. A faint hum. then a distant pop. My heart started beating faster. I thought I heard a voice on the other end. It was muffled, almost like a whisper. It cut in and out with heavy static. I pressed the phone closer to my ear and said, "Hello? Can you hear me? I need directions." The whisper continued, but I couldn't make out any words. Then it stopped. The line went silent, followed by a burst of static. My palms felt sweaty, despite the cold. I rested the receiver against my shoulder, debating whether to keep trying or just leave. The voice, if it was a voice, seemed to respond to me, but it didn't sound modern or clear. It felt more like an echo stuck in the wires. The hair on my arms stood on end. I tried another number, maybe the local operator's. The phone clicked through the rotation, and the static returned. This time, I heard a heavier burst of noise, and then what sounded like a choked word. I said, "I'm here. Who is this?" My voice echoed in the cramped space. The phone hissed, and then I heard something that resembled an old woman's voice, broken by static. It almost sounded like she was trying to ask a question, but I couldn't catch it. Then I heard a brief, clearer phrase, "Why didn't," followed by a surge of static. I felt my heartbeat hammering in my ears. My mouth went dry. I nearly dropped the phone. I forced myself to calm down. I remembered I'd read somewhere about old phone lines that sometimes picked up leftover signals or repeated old messages when the circuits got crossed. But this felt personal. I pressed the receiver against my ear again. I said, "I can't hear you well. Who are you?" There was a pause, then a burst of static, then something like a sigh. For a split second, I thought I heard footsteps or rustling on the other end. Then nothing. I replaced the receiver on the hook. My heart still pounded. The booth felt colder than ever. My breath turned to shallow puffs. I decided I wasn't getting any real directions from this phone. I stood to leave, but I noticed a small object hanging from the low ceiling. It was a simple little ornament, maybe an angel made of straw. I hadn't seen it at first because of the dim light. The angel swayed slightly, even though the door was shut and there was no obvious draft. I raised my hand to still it, but stopped. Something about it gave me a strange sense of being watched. I turned toward the door and gripped the handle, but then I froze. My curiosity made me pick up the receiver one more time. I wanted to confirm if I'd really heard that voice. The static greeted me again, louder this time, but also inconsistent. I stayed quiet, straining to hear anything. After several seconds, I caught a faint noise that might have been crying or just squeaking metal. I shivered and hung up. My gut told me to get out of there. I opened the door, and a gust of cold air rushed in, pushing a bit of snow onto the floor. I took a deep breath of the outside air, which felt fresher but still bitterly cold. I stepped away from the booth and closed the door behind me. The wooden structure stood silent and still. My car was only a few yards away, but I stopped to look around the deserted street. I saw one house with a faint light in the window, but everything else was dark. I considered knocking on that house's door. Maybe someone lived there who could help me. I decided to give it a try. I walked down the snowy path, slipping a bit on the ice, until I stood outside the house. The light came from a small lamp in an upstairs window. I knocked on the front door, but my knock sounded hollow. I waited, rocking on my heels to keep warm. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I stepped back, noticing footprints in the snow that led away from the house, but they looked old, partially filled with new snowfall. I felt uneasy. The entire village seemed empty. I headed back to my car, brushing snow off my hood with my sleeve. I pulled the door open and got inside, slamming it shut behind me. I turned on the engine. The heater sprang to life, blowing cold air for a few seconds before it started to warm. I glanced at my phone, still no signal. My plan was to drive until I found a better spot for reception. I didn't want to spend another minute in that booth or near it. I put the car in gear and rolled down the empty street. The snow crunched under my tires. As I passed the phone booth, I glanced at it one last time. The ornament inside still swayed, like it was waving goodbye or beckoning me back. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel, my heart fluttering. The memory of that static and the voice that almost spoke made my chest feel heavy. Once I reached the main road, I felt some relief. The village faded in my rearview mirror. My phone regained a single bar of signal, so I pulled over to the side of the road. I made a quick call to a friend, telling them I was running late and asking for directions. Hearing a normal human voice calmed me. I jotted down the route, then started driving again, eager to put distance between myself and that deserted place. As the snow kept falling, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just interference from old lines. Maybe the cold air messed with the phone's wiring. But that feeling I got, the sense that someone else was there, trying to speak, stuck with me. I couldn't shake the idea that I'd eavesdropped on some conversation that never ended. The thought made me grip the wheel harder. It took me another hour to reach a town with decent accommodations. I found a small motel, checked in, and locked my door behind me. My clothes were damp from the snow, so I changed into something dry. I sat on the bed and realized my hands were still shaking a little. I tried to calm myself by focusing on the normal sounds around me. The hum of the heater, a car engine outside, a TV from another room. After the silence of that village, these small noises felt comforting. I thought about calling local authorities to report the strange phone booth, but I doubted they'd care. It wasn't a crime scene. Nobody was hurt. It was just an abandoned phone line with odd static. I ended up doing nothing. I was just grateful to be away from there. Later that night I tried to sleep, but I kept imagining the hiss of that phone and the faint shape of someone's voice on the other end. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that straw angel gently rocking back and forth. In the following days, I told a few people about the weird encounter, but I left out the unsettling parts. I just said I stopped in a remote place and found a broken phone booth. Most folks shrugged it off or said they'd come across similar oddities in rural towns. After a while, I stopped mentioning it, but the memory stayed with me. I still wonder if some old lines might carry bits of conversations from the past, stuck in a loop, waiting for someone to pick up and listen. I haven't been back to that village. I never even caught its exact name. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but another part of me still hears that low whisper over the static, asking a question I never understood. Sometimes I wonder if the phone rang after I left, if anyone else ever answered it. I guess I'll never know. The only thing I'm sure of is how I felt in that booth, uneasy, cold, and strangely aware that I wasn't alone in that moment, even though I saw no one else. That's all there is to it. A black rotary phone in a deserted booth, a faint whisper through the static, and the memory of a straw angel swaying overhead in the cold. I'll probably think of it every time I lose cell service, half expecting to stumble upon another booth like that. So far I haven't, but the road is full of surprises, and not all of them have explanations. Nothing felt normal about that house from the moment I stepped inside. I had rented it for a few days around Christmas, hoping for some peace and quiet. The weather forecast said there would be snow, and I wanted to escape the city. I arrived late in the afternoon, parked my car near the front door, and carried my bags up the short path. The snow on the hill felt thick under my boots. My breath came out in brief clouds. The wind rattled the pine trees. When I unlocked the door, I expected a chilly interior, maybe some dust and a faint musty smell. Instead, the first thing I noticed was warmth. The fireplace in the living room was already laid with wood, waiting to be lit. The place seemed clean. A small Christmas tree stood in the corner, decorated with plain ornaments and a single string of lights. I figured the owner had left it to add a festive touch. It was thoughtful, though I hadn't asked for holiday decorations. I flicked on a few lights and walked through the house. The floors were hardwood, and they creaked under my steps. The kitchen had basic appliances, nothing fancy. Then I reached the dining room, which caught me off guard. A table for two was set with plates, silverware, and crystal glasses. Red napkins lay folded beside each plate. A pair of unlit candles waited in the center. I stood there, scratching my head. I had rented the place for myself. I wasn't expecting any guests. I wondered if the cleaning service had set it up by mistake. The owner hadn't mentioned anything about leaving the table ready for a dinner party. I walked around the table. Everything looked fresh, as if someone had done it that same day. There was no dust on the plates or smudges on the glasses. Even the napkins seemed crisp. The sight made me uneasy, but I tried to shrug it off. Maybe the owner liked to present the house with a welcoming vibe. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. I headed back to the living room and dragged my bags upstairs to find a bedroom. The upstairs had 2 bedrooms, each with a small window. I chose the one facing the slope behind the house, since it overlooked the pine trees. I unpacked a few essentials, then returned downstairs to get the fireplace going. The logs caught fire easily, filling the room with a warm glow. I took off my coat, hung it on a hook by the door, and felt my cheeks regain some color after the long drive in the cold. I glanced at the dining room again from the living room doorway. The table sat there like it was inviting someone. I decided to ignore it for now. I opened the fridge, found nothing but a half-empty carton of milk that looked expired, so I tossed it out. I realized I'd have to go grocery shopping soon, but it was getting dark, and I didn't feel like heading back out in the snow. I heated some canned soup I'd brought and ate it on a small coffee table near the fireplace. I tried not to look in the direction of the dining room. That night, I heard a weird noise while I was in the kitchen rinsing my bowl. It sounded like wood scraping, maybe a chair leg dragging across the floor. I froze, staring at the kitchen doorway. My skin prickled. I set the bowl in the sink and switched off the water. Then I stepped into the dining room. It looked the same. The chairs were tucked under the table. The silverware hadn't moved. Everything was as I'd seen it before. I thought maybe the old house was settling, or the wind had caused something to shift. I decided not to let it get to me. I went upstairs, changed into pajamas, and climbed into bed. The sheets felt cold at first, but I settled in. I listened to the wind outside, rattling the window. It took me a while to fall asleep. My mind kept drifting back to that table. I couldn't figure out why it bothered me. I usually don't care about decorations or little details, but something about those 2 place settings in an empty house felt off. Eventually, I dozed off. The next morning, sunlight came through the thin curtains. I got up, put on warm clothes, and headed downstairs. I walked into the dining room to grab the napkins and store the plates so I wouldn't keep thinking about them. But when I looked at the table, I noticed one napkin looked slightly out of place. It was turned at a different angle, like someone had tugged it sideways. The difference was subtle, but I knew I hadn't touched anything after I arrived. My stomach knotted. I checked the doors and windows. All locked. No footprints outside except mine from yesterday. The house was at the top of a hill, and the snow around it looked undisturbed. I told myself I might have brushed against the napkin or bumped the table. Still, it made me feel uneasy. My scalp tingled. I grabbed the corner of the napkin to realign it, then hesitated. My hand shook a bit, but I forced myself to move it back in place. I decided I'd leave the rest of the table as is, even though I wanted to clear it. For some reason, I felt a strange pressure not to disturb it. I made coffee in the kitchen and tried to focus on the day. I had planned to relax, maybe do some writing or go for a walk in the snow. But the table kept nagging at me. I told myself it was just a weird house quirk. After breakfast, I bundled up and took a walk around the property. The snow was deeper than I expected, so I didn't go far. I looked up at the windows from the yard, half expecting to see a shadow or a figure inside. The windows reflected the gray sky back at me. By the time I returned, I felt cold and tired, so I decided to heat some leftovers for lunch. I stayed in the living room most of the afternoon, reading an old paperback I'd found on a shelf. The wind picked up as evening approached, and I could hear it whistling past the corners of the house. I tried not to think about dinner time because I knew I'd see that table again. My chest felt tight every time I pictured the glasses and plates. Sure enough, around dinner time, my stomach growled. I considered driving to a nearby store, but it was dark and the roads were icy. I rummaged in the pantry and found some canned beans. I heated them in a pot, then carried the pot and a spoon into the living room. I refused to eat in the dining room. I didn't even turn on the dining room light. But I caught a glimpse as I passed by. The table seemed to glow faintly in the dim evening light, the plates reflecting a dull sheen. I sat by the fireplace, spooning beans from the pot. My eyes kept straying to the dining room entrance. I heard a soft creak, like a floorboard shifting. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. I stood up, set the pot aside, and tiptoed to the doorway. The dining room was dark, but the faint light from the living room allowed me to see enough. One of the forks was now slightly crooked on the tablecloth. A tingle shot down my spine. I leaned in closer, trying to figure out if I was imagining it. The fork's handle wasn't parallel to the edge of the plate anymore. It pointed toward the seat, as if someone had nudged it. My breath caught in my throat. My palms were damp. I flicked on the overhead light, half expecting to see someone in the room. It was empty. The table stood silent. I backed away. My mind spun with possibilities. A draft, the house settling, my own clumsiness. But none of those explanations felt right. I decided I couldn't deal with it that night. I went upstairs, locked the bedroom door, and tried to distract myself with my phone. The signal was weak, so I couldn't stream anything. I ended up playing a few offline games until my battery ran low. That night, I lay awake, listening to every little sound. Around midnight, I heard another faint scraping noise, like a chair leg moving. I tried to convince myself I was half asleep. I didn't go downstairs to check. I didn't want to see what else had moved. My skin felt clammy, and my heart pounded. Eventually I drifted off, but my sleep was restless, filled with half-dreams of silverware clattering. In the morning, I woke to pale sunlight again. My eyes felt gritty. I forced myself out of bed, dreading what I might find. I headed downstairs, bracing for something new. Sure enough, the table had changed again. One of the plates was tilted, not centered over the placemat anymore. The napkins looked slightly unfolded. It was as if invisible hands had been inspecting them. A chill ran through me. I debated packing up and leaving. The owner had told me to leave the key in a lockbox if I left early. I didn't owe them a reason, but I'd paid for the entire stay, and I had nowhere else to go that day. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was all in my head. Yet each time I saw a moved object, I felt a strong sense of intrusion, like something unseen was testing my reactions. I spent most of that third day avoiding the dining room. I stayed in the living room or the kitchen. I wrote some emails on my laptop, read some more, and occasionally warmed up frozen meals. When I did pass by the dining room, I tried not to look at the table. But out of the corner of my eye, I sometimes caught a glimpse of silverware in a different position than before. My pulse would spike, and I'd hurry away. By Christmas Eve, I'd had enough. Around mid-afternoon, I decided I wouldn't enter the dining room at all. I kept the lights off in there. I closed the door to that room, something I hadn't done before. I sat in the living room, gazing out the window at the snow, trying to calm my nerves. The day passed without incident until evening, when I heard a distinct clink of glass from the other side of that closed door. My heart jumped. I stood, staring at the door handle. It didn't move, but I felt my breath catch, and my arms tensed. My mouth went dry. I backed away, grabbed my phone, and went upstairs. I locked myself in the bedroom again. I packed my bags that night, deciding to leave first thing in the morning, even if I had to drive through deep snow. I had no intention of spending Christmas Day in that house. My nerves were shot. I could barely sleep. Every time the wind howled, I expected to hear something scraping downstairs. I wanted to bolt in the middle of the night, but I worried about the roads, so I waited. At dawn, I dragged my suitcase down the stairs. I avoided looking into the dining room. The door was still closed. I felt relief the moment I stepped outside. My car was covered in snow, so I spent 15 minutes clearing it off. My hands shook from the cold and from nervous energy. I climbed in, started the engine, and glanced back at the house. I noticed the curtains in the dining room's window had shifted, like someone had pulled them aside to watch me leave. My throat tightened. I threw the car into reverse and got off that property as fast as I could without sliding on the ice. I never contacted the owner to ask about it. I only left a short message saying I left earlier than planned. I didn't even want a refund. I just wanted to forget that table. Even now, I can't fully explain what happened. All I know is that each time I saw those place settings, I felt an overwhelming sense that someone or something was waiting for me to join them. And I never did. I don't regret leaving. If anything, I wish I'd left sooner. That's all I can say. I've rented many vacation homes since, but I've never seen a table set like that for someone who isn't there. I hope I never do again. I first saw that odd traffic light blinking in the middle of a snowy field when I was already on edge from hours of driving. My hands were locked on the wheel, and my eyes burned from staring at endless white. The map on my phone had stopped working miles ago, and the radio hissed static. When I rounded a bend in the road, I spotted a weak amber light flickering in the distance. At first, I thought it was a reflection from a farmhouse lamp, or maybe a damaged streetlight. But as I got closer, I realized it was a single traffic signal perched on a metal pole right at a remote intersection. I slowed the car to a crawl, breathing out a sigh of relief at the idea of some man-made marker in that emptiness. The snow muffled everything. There were no other vehicles, no footprints, just a few fence posts poking out of the drifts. The traffic light hung above the intersection, supported by wires and a small solar panel. A faded Christmas bow clung to the post, its red color bleached to a dull pink. Each time the amber light flashed, I saw the bow flutter in a weak gust of wind. The road stretched in 3 directions, all blanketed in snow. I needed to pick one, but I had no clue which way led to the town I was trying to reach. I pulled over to the side of the road, just before the intersection. My tires slipped a bit on the ice, and I felt a jolt of fear. I turned off the engine, letting the quiet settle around me. My breath formed small clouds in the frigid air. I rifled through the glove box for an old paper map, then opened it across my lap. The light from the traffic signal flickered through the windshield. I found the general area on the map, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly where I was. Most of these back roads weren't clearly marked. The traffic light kept blinking, and I noticed something strange. Whenever I looked straight at it, the blinking felt slower. When I shifted my gaze to the map, the flashing seemed to speed up, like it was rushing to catch my attention. I stopped, rubbed my eyes, and tried again. I stared directly at the amber lens, and sure enough, it took longer between flashes. Then I glanced away, and it picked up pace. My heartbeat quickened. I thought maybe I was just tired or jumpy from the drive. I set the map aside, deciding I'd figure out the right path by process of elimination. I stepped out of the car, bracing myself against a sudden gust of wind. The cold air stung my cheeks. My boots slipped on the icy shoulder, so I steadied myself by gripping the car door. The hush in that place felt unnatural, as if the snow swallowed every sound. I walked up to the intersection, hearing the faint rattle of the traffic light's frame in the breeze. I looked around for a signpost, but all I saw was a battered wooden stake sticking out of a drift. The sign that once stood there must have fallen off or rusted away. I raised my eyes to the traffic light again. Its solar panel looked small and worn, like it had seen too many winters. The lens glowed amber, blinked once, then paused. I felt a sudden unease, like someone was watching me, but there was no one in sight. I glanced at the Christmas bow on the pole. It had a few threads left, barely holding on. I wondered who bothered to decorate this lonely signal. A local trying to bring cheer to a deserted crossing? It felt eerie, not festive. My breath shook as I exhaled. I mumbled to myself, just pick a road, any road, and go. But the blinking kept drawing my eye. My pulse thudded. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to calm down. When I opened them, the wind had shifted, kicking up small flurries around my ankles. The light blinked a few times in rapid succession, then held for a moment, then continued in its usual slow pattern. My stomach tightened. It almost looked like a deliberate signal, as if it was trying to communicate. I shrugged off the thought, telling myself it was just a glitch. Maybe the battery was dying, or the panel wasn't getting enough sunlight. I headed back to the car, brushing snow off my sleeves. Once inside, I turned the ignition, letting the engine rumble. The heater's low hum calmed me slightly. I pulled the gear shift into drive, then paused. I stared through the windshield at the traffic light. It blinked slowly. I glanced at my phone. No signal. I tapped the screen, then set it on the passenger seat, frustrated. I decided to try the road to the left first. It looked moderately cleared, but it vanished into a narrow valley. I pressed the gas. As I rolled forward, the traffic lights started flashing more rapidly, or at least that was how it seemed from the corner of my eye. My heart lurched. I paused with the car's front end inching into the intersection. Part of me felt like the light was warning me not to go that way. It was a ridiculous thought, but I couldn't ignore the wave of anxiety that came over me. I braked, letting the car idle. The blinking steadied. I muttered under my breath, "This is insane." I shifted into reverse, then tried pointing the car toward the road straight ahead. The traffic light pulsed at the same odd rhythm, speeding up when I wasn't looking, slowing when I was. My nerves bristled. I didn't like the sense that it was reacting to me. It felt too intentional. I pressed my forehead against the steering wheel for a moment, taking slow breaths. My shoulders ached from tension. The night was coming soon, and the sky already had that gray-blue hue. I had to make a choice. I thought about waiting until another car passed by, but the road seemed abandoned. I doubted anyone else would come through anytime soon. The temperature dropped another few degrees. If I stayed too long, I'd end up stuck in the dark with even fewer options. So I picked the road on the right, the one that climbed a gentle slope and disappeared over a ridge. I didn't know if it led to my destination, but it felt better than the other two for no logical reason. As I pulled onto it, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The traffic light's flash rate increased, like it was flashing frantically. My chest felt tight. It was as if the light protested my departure, urging me to stop or warning me of something. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. I almost turned around, but the idea of going back felt worse. I drove on, the crunch of snow under my tires the only sound for a while. My head buzzed with worry. I kept imagining that traffic light behind me, blinking faster and faster until it short-circuited. Every time I thought about it, my heart pounded. The road wound upward, and the snow got deeper in spots, but it seemed passable. After several minutes, I took a quick look at my phone again. Still no service. I gripped the wheel, telling myself to focus on the road. Soon, the sun began to slip below the horizon, casting a pale glow on the white fields around me. Shadows stretched across the snow. My headlights struggled to cut through the dimness. I spotted a sign ahead, half buried. I slowed down and stopped near it. It mentioned a small town about 5 miles ahead. Relief washed over me. That meant I'd likely picked the right road. I let out a long breath. My heart rate began to settle. I eased back onto the road, feeling a spark of hope. The sense of dread from the traffic light started to fade. I told myself I'd made the right decision. I'd find that town, maybe get a motel room, and warm up properly. But a part of me couldn't shake the memory of that blinking signal. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, even though I knew it was far behind now. Eventually, I saw faint lights in the distance, a cluster of houses, possibly a main street with a few shops. My chest relaxed a bit. I realized I was starving. My last meal had been a sandwich hours ago. The wheels slipped slightly on a patch of ice, and I corrected the steering. As I approached the first few houses, I exhaled in relief, feeling the tension in my shoulders ease up. Once I reached the small town center, I parked near a tiny diner that still had its lights on. I turned off the engine and sat there for a moment, rubbing my hands together. My stomach churned with a combination of hunger and residual anxiety. I looked at my phone, still no service. I grabbed my map from the back seat and stuffed it into my coat pocket. I planned to ask for directions inside. Before I got out, I took one last glance at the empty road behind me. Snow fell softly, reflecting the glow of the diner's window signs. The memory of that lonely intersection flickered in my mind. I felt like I'd narrowly escaped something, though I couldn't say what. I opened the car door, letting in the cold air. My boots crunched on the packed snow. A bell jingled as I pushed the diner door open. Warm air and the scent of coffee greeted me. A middle-aged woman behind the counter offered a tired smile. A few customers sat in booths, hunched over mugs. It felt normal and safe. I didn't mention the traffic light to anyone. I just asked how to get to the local motel. A man at the counter gave me clear directions, explaining which roads to avoid. I nodded, thanked him, and ordered a coffee. As I sipped it, the warmth spread through my chest, but my mind kept returning to that flickering amber light, the battered Christmas bow, and the unsettling feeling that it had been watching me. Later that night, I settled into a small motel room. The walls were thin, but at least it had heat. I took a hot shower, letting the steam loosen my stiff muscles. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about the moment the light sped up when I tried to drive away. Part of me wondered if the other roads led to a dead end, or if the traffic signal tried to warn me about hazards. Maybe it was pure coincidence, or maybe it was just a trick of my eyes. Even now, I don't have a solid explanation. I never went back to that intersection to check if the light was still there, or if it even worked properly. Sometimes, I picture it blinking in the snow, alone, with that tattered bow flapping in the wind. I can't say it was supernatural, but it definitely felt alive in some unsettling way. I'm not usually superstitious, but I still get chills when I think about it. If I'd chosen a different road, I might have ended up stranded in the middle of nowhere. Or maybe it would have been fine. I'll never know. In the end, I took the right turn and reached my destination. I stayed in that small town for Christmas, had a hot meal, and eventually drove back home on clearer roads. But the memory of that solitary traffic light stuck with me. Sometimes I dream about it blinking fast as I pull away, like it's calling after me. I wake up feeling the same chill I felt out there in the snow, trapped between hesitation and the strange compulsion to follow its silent signals. That's the story. I found an old traffic light in a deserted place, and for a few minutes it felt like it was trying to tell me something. I made my choice and kept going, but I still wonder if there was more to that flicker than just a faulty mechanism. Maybe it was a warning, or maybe it was just a random piece of equipment failing in the cold. I'll probably never find out, and I think I'm okay with that. I'd rather keep that memory where it is, far behind me on a snowy road, flickering in the twilight. When I stepped into that old mansion, I expected a musty odor and maybe a few creaking floors, but I didn't think I would find a piano in the middle of a deserted ballroom. The owner had listed the place as a winter retreat for anyone seeking solitude. I wanted some time away from the city, so I booked it. I arrived late in the afternoon. Snow coated the long driveway, and the front steps were slippery. I struggled with my suitcase, nudging open a tall, ornate door that led into a wide foyer. The first thing I noticed was how silent everything felt. My footsteps echoed, even though I walked slowly. The caretaker had told me to check any room I liked, but warned me that some parts of the mansion were old and rarely used. I wandered around, flipping on light switches in each corridor. Some lights buzzed and flickered. Others didn't work at all. It felt cold, even though the heating system was supposedly on. I passed a few closed doors and found a dining area with furniture covered in sheets. Dust motes swirled in the beam of my flashlight. I turned a corner and came across two tall wooden doors. They had intricate carvings along the edges, something that hinted at an older style. When I pushed them, they creaked open. The room beyond was large, with a high ceiling and several tall windows on one side. The windows were fogged over by the cold, so I couldn't see outside clearly. The floor was made of some dark wood that looked scuffed and dull. In the center stood a piano, a grand piano with its lid closed, a bit of polish still clinging to its curved edges. I felt a slight chill as I stepped into this ballroom. My breath came out in small clouds, suggesting the heating in this section was weak or not working at all. I approached the piano, shining my flashlight over its surface. The keys were yellowed, and some of them had chips on the edges. The bench sat a few feet away, tilted on its side, which seemed strange. I wondered if someone had moved it. The caretaker never mentioned the ballroom or the piano, so I assumed it was just part of the neglected parts of the house. I placed my hand on the piano's lid. A layer of dust stuck to my palm. The entire place felt like it hadn't been used in decades. Yet there was a faint sense that this room had once been vibrant, I pictured people dancing or gathered around to listen to music. The thought made me feel uneasy, not comforted. The silence weighed on me, so I backed away and decided to look for the main living area where I'd be staying. I spent the next few hours getting settled. The caretaker had left some logs by a fireplace in the living room. I stacked them up, struck a match, and soon had a modest fire going. The warmth helped me relax. I found the kitchen, checked the water, and confirmed that the electricity worked well enough to power the fridge and the overhead lights. I also discovered the bedroom assigned to me, a modest space with a thick comforter on the bed. By the time I unpacked, night had fallen, and the wind outside started to whistle around the corners of the old mansion. I made some tea, then sat by the fireplace, flipping through a paperback I'd brought. Now and then, I thought about that piano in the ballroom. Something about it felt out of place, or maybe it was my nerves. The whole mansion had a slight draft. The floors creaked whenever I walked. Doors made hollow sounds if I opened them too fast. The caretaker was nowhere to be found, presumably living off-site. I felt alone in a place far larger than I needed. Around midnight, I heard what sounded like a soft note, just one, drawn out and faint. I perked up, heart racing. It came from somewhere down the corridor, and it reminded me of a piano key being struck. I tried to tell myself I imagined it, maybe the wind or a random noise from the heating system. I decided to check anyway, because the thought of ignoring it made me more uneasy. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way through the hallway. The house felt colder, and the boards under my feet creaked. As I approached the double doors of the ballroom, I noticed they were slightly ajar. I stopped, shining my flashlight through the gap. Nothing moved. The air smelled stale, like old wood. I pushed the door open and scanned the room. The piano looked just as I'd left it. The bench was still on its side and the lid was down. I walked around it, studying the floor. Dust lay everywhere, except for what looked like faint footprints near the piano legs. I leaned in for a closer look. The footprints were partial, smudged, as if someone in socks or bare feet had shuffled around. The prints vanished a few feet away, blending into the rest of the dusty floor. My pulse pounded. I half expected to see a window open, but all the windows were locked from the inside, and the glass showed no signs of damage. I stepped back, shining the flashlight over the piano keys. One key near the middle was pressed down slightly, but only a fraction of a centimeter. When I looked more closely, it looked no different than the others, so maybe it was my imagination. I noticed no other changes. Then I heard a faint groaning sound from the house's old beams. I jumped, heart in my throat. After taking a few breaths, I forced myself to leave the ballroom, shutting the doors behind me. I returned to the living room and spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, reading until I fell asleep on the couch. In the morning, I felt a little silly about my reaction. I went outside to gather more firewood from a small shed. The sun shone weakly, reflecting off the snow, making everything look brighter. That daylight gave me some courage. I decided to revisit the ballroom. I pushed open the double doors, letting sunlight spill in. The piano sat there, covered in dust. The footprints I'd seen looked less distinct in daylight, but I could still make them out if I looked hard enough. I examined the piano keys more carefully. They were all in the same position, none pressed down. I lifted the lid and touched one key. It made a dull, muted sound. The piano was badly out of tune. I tested a few more keys, producing disjointed notes. Nothing about it suggested it could produce a single perfect note I thought I heard the previous night. Yet I couldn't deny I'd heard something. I decided maybe I'd been half asleep, or that the wind had caused a pipe to whistle. I left the ballroom for most of the day, focusing on exploring the rest of the mansion and finishing some work on my laptop. By late afternoon, I settled in the living room again. The fire crackled, and I felt warmer than before. I cooked a simple meal using the old gas stove in the kitchen. As darkness fell, I felt a growing dread. I kept glancing at my watch, counting the hours until bedtime. I wondered if I'd hear another piano note. Around 10 p.m., I braced myself and headed to the ballroom again, carrying a candle and my flashlight. The electric lights in that room didn't work, so I relied on the small beam of the flashlight and the flickering candle flame. The windows let in only a sliver of moonlight. The piano stood silent. I walked around it and noticed fresh marks on the floor, like something had been dragged. The bench was no longer on its side. It was now upright, placed in front of the keys as if someone had set it back. My stomach lurched. I aimed the flashlight around, checking every corner of the ballroom. No one was there. My mouth felt dry. I stood for a moment, listening to my own breathing. Then I slowly approached the bench. It had a thin layer of dust on it, except for a clear area in the center of the seat, like someone had wiped it off. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I checked the piano keys. One of them was definitely pressed in just a bit, like it hadn't returned fully to its resting position. I wanted to test the key, but my hands shook. I reached out, touched it, and it rose with a quiet, off-tune plink. My heart pounded harder. The caretaker had not mentioned any other guests. No one else should have been able to enter. All the doors were locked. The windows were secure. I thought about calling someone, but my phone battery was low, and I doubted the caretaker lived close enough to come right away. I backed out of the ballroom, left the door wide open, and hurried to the living room. I stoked the fire, sat on a couch, and tried to gather my thoughts. I told myself it could be a trick of my mind or some odd settling of the piano's internal parts. But the footprints, the moved bench, and the pressed key were too specific to dismiss. My throat felt tight. I drank some water, but it didn't help. I decided I would not sleep in my assigned bedroom that night. I stayed in the living room near the fireplace, where the light and warmth comforted me. Sometime after midnight, I thought I heard faint piano notes drifting from the corridor. They were soft, almost like someone tapped the keys gently. My hair stood on end. I didn't move. I just sat there, heart racing, listening. The notes were disjointed, a few at a time, then silence, then a few more. Each group of notes sounded off-tune, but not so off-tune that I could mistake them for random house noises. Something or someone was pressing those keys. I told myself to leave the mansion right then, but the roads were dangerous at night, and the caretaker had told me that the driveway could be treacherous when covered in ice. I decided my best option was to wait until dawn. I pulled a blanket around me and tried to block out the faint notes. They continued for a while, then faded away. My eyes were wide open. I felt each breath in my chest, and my ears strained for every small sound. By the time the first light of morning shone through the windows, I had made up my mind. I gathered my belongings, stuffed them haphazardly into my suitcase, and made my way outside. The cold air slapped me fully awake. I struggled with the trunk of my car, finally got it open, and threw my luggage inside. My hands shook as I started the engine. The tires spun on the icy driveway, but I got the car moving. I never looked back at the mansion as I drove away. I couldn't shake the image of that dusty piano and the bench that kept moving, as if an unseen player returned each night to practice a forgotten tune. When I reached a main road, I stopped to catch my breath. My phone picked up a signal, and I immediately called the caretaker, telling him I was leaving early and that I'd left the key under the mat. I didn't explain why. I just said I had an urgent matter to attend to. Even now, when I think about those nights, I can't offer a clear explanation for what happened. The caretaker later claimed no one else had access, and he shrugged off my questions about the piano, saying it was an old relic. Maybe it was just the wood settling in the cold. Maybe someone else was sneaking in, though I can't imagine how. All I know is that I heard those notes, saw the footprints, and felt that bench move. I still get chills remembering the way the piano's keys seemed to shift on their own. I don't plan on returning. That silent ballroom and its lonely instrument can stay where they are, forgotten and locked away in an old mansion. I've had enough of that place. I only walked into that abandoned park near the dam because I thought it would save me time. I was trying to reach a friend's cabin before dark, and my phone's map showed a shortcut through the old park. The main roads were backed up with holiday traffic, so I turned onto a smaller lane. I found a rusty sign pointing toward the dam and noticed a snow-covered parking area off to the side. A chain hung across the entrance, but it wasn't locked. I figured the place had been shut down for a while. Fresh snow covered most of the pavement, and I saw no tire tracks or footprints. I parked, turned off the engine, and got out. The cold air hit me right in the face. I zipped up my jacket and pulled on my gloves. A handful of tall trees surrounded the lot, their branches weighed down with snow. Everything seemed still. I heard no cars, no voices, just the faint sound of the wind and the crunch of snow under my boots. I made my way around the chain, heading toward the path that I guessed led to the dam. A few steps in, I noticed something glowing in the distance, a red lantern. It was small and faint, swaying gently in the cold breeze. I walked closer, breathing shallowly because of the chill. The lantern dangled from a tree branch, about eye level. Its surface looked worn, like it had seen many winters. It gave off a dull, reddish glow that flickered in and out, probably from a battery that was close to dying or from old wiring. It felt strange to see a lit lantern in a place like this, especially during a time when the park seemed abandoned. I glanced around, looking for signs of whoever hung it, but I saw nothing but more trees and a wide stretch of snow. I continued forward, following the path. The snow crunched under each step, and my eyes scanned the area for anything that might explain the lantern. That was when I spotted another one, then another, each hung at intervals along the trail. They were all red, each glowing weakly. They seemed to form a kind of trail deeper into the park. I felt a slight nervous tension in my stomach, but I told myself it might be a leftover decoration from a past event or a holiday tradition the town used to have. Maybe no one bothered to remove them. The further I went, the more lanterns I saw, creating a vague line. Some flickered brighter than others, and a few looked completely dead. I passed two that were out, just dark shells hanging from branches or old hooks. The effect was eerie. There was no one around, no footprints near the lanterns, and no sounds except the wind. I paused every few steps to listen. My ears picked up the rustling of tree branches and the faint whistle of air sweeping across the park's empty fields. After about 10 minutes of walking, the trees opened up, revealing a frozen lake. The surface looked solid, covered in a layer of snow. Off to my left, I saw the shape of the dam. The lanterns kept going, curving toward the dam's edge. I recalled reading that the dam had been decommissioned years ago because the area's water management changed. Now it seemed the entire park had been forgotten, except for these lanterns. I felt my chest tighten a little. I wasn't sure if I should keep going or turn back. Part of me wanted to see where the lanterns led. Another part told me to leave and find a safer route. I decided to push forward. My friend's cabin was supposed to be on the other side of the dam. If this path led me there faster, it was worth a try. The lanterns spaced out more as I approached the shore of the lake. A few were missing their glass covers, leaving exposed bulbs flickering in the cold. My steps slowed. I felt cautious, as if I was walking into a place that wasn't meant to be disturbed. At one point, the lanterns lined up in such a way that they formed a narrow corridor. The trees on both sides loomed over me, and the lake stretched out on the right. The path became more defined, a mix of cracked concrete and patches of ice. I saw an old bench half buried in the snow, rust showing through the worn metal. I wiped my glove across the seat, revealing chipped paint. Next to the bench, another lantern hung from a bent pole, shining just enough light to see the shadow of something under the bench. I leaned in and realized it was just a pile of leaves and debris. My mind started to race with questions about who placed these lanterns and why. They weren't spaced at equal distances, and they didn't all match in style. Some were old metal frames with chipped red paint, while others looked like newer plastic models. They all glowed red, though, which gave the path a strangely uniform look in the twilight. As I walked further, I noticed that the snow on the path felt undisturbed. There were no boot prints besides my own. The sense of emptiness weighed on me. The thought that people might have once gathered here during holiday seasons crossed my mind, but the lack of any recent activity felt unsettling. I wondered if the lanterns were a tradition that someone maintained out of habit, even though nobody visited anymore. Yet I saw no sign of ongoing maintenance. My heart started beating faster as I came upon a series of lanterns that had burned out or broken. They formed a gap in the trail of light, leaving a patch of darkness between working lanterns. I stood at the edge of that darkness, peering ahead. I could make out more red lights in the distance, but I had to walk through a stretch where there were none. I took a few slow steps, shining the flashlight from my phone forward. The phone battery icon showed it was low. I felt my mouth go dry. I told myself it was just a short distance before the next set of lanterns. The snow seemed to get deeper in this section. My boots sank a bit, and I had to lift my legs higher. The temperature also felt colder. I wrapped my arms around myself, glancing at the black silhouettes of trees around me. The path seemed more overgrown here, with small bushes poking through the snow. I struggled to keep my balance a couple of times when I stepped on hidden branches. Each time, I paused to make sure I didn't twist my ankle. Finally, I reached the next cluster of lanterns. One of them flickered violently, almost strobing, then it went dark. My heart thudded at the sudden change. I looked up at it, wondering if the battery died. Then it flickered back to life, dimmer than before. I exhaled and kept moving. The shore of the lake bent toward the dam, and I could see a small fence up ahead. The lantern seemed to direct me toward it. My phone's flashlight was down to a faint glow, so I turned it off to conserve the battery. I relied on the red lanterns instead. After a short walk, I reached the fence. It was a chain-link barrier that ran along the side of the lake where the dam began. The lantern trail continued through a wide gate that stood open. I tried to read a sign posted on the fence, but the text was too faded to make out. I stood there, gripping the cold metal, debating whether to continue. The wind kicked up some snow, stinging my eyes. The red glow of the lanterns on the other side of the gate felt weaker, as if the path was telling me not to go further. I heard the soft crackle of ice shifting on the lake's surface. My body tensed. I imagined the water beneath the ice, deep and dark, with no one around if I somehow fell in. but the ground near the fence looked stable. I glanced behind me and saw only the corridor of lanterns I'd just traversed, leading back to the entrance. I didn't want to retrace my steps all the way. I decided I'd at least check beyond the fence to see if there was a quick route to the other side of the dam. I walked through the open gate, following the faint glow of more red lanterns spaced out along a narrow walkway. The walkway itself was concrete, with a low wall on the lakeside. The dam rose in front of me like a wide barrier. The lanterns led me to a point where the walkway ended in a set of steps. The steps descended toward a small platform, possibly where boats once docked. I heard water trickling underneath the ice, as if part of the dam was still functioning. My pulse pounded. The entire area looked deserted, yet the lanterns suggested a path that someone had set up. I went down a couple of steps, gripping the railing, which felt ice cold. One more lantern hung at the bottom, swaying. It cast a red glow on the platform's surface, revealing cracks in the concrete. There was no sign of a further path. I didn't see any easy way to reach the other side of the dam from there. I realized I had come to a dead end. My heart sank. I would have to go back through the park. A strong gust of wind swept across the platform, blowing a swirl of snow into the air. My jacket flapped, and I shivered. The lantern at the bottom flickered, threatening to go out. The walkway behind me looked darker than before. I felt a tightening in my chest, a growing anxiety that I had lingered too long in a place I wasn't meant to be. I took one last look at the water, then turned around. The steps felt slippery, and I had to brace myself to avoid falling. Once I returned to the fence, I paused to catch my breath. I stared back at the corridor of lanterns that led into the park. A few had gone out since I first arrived, creating longer stretches of darkness. My phone battery was almost gone, so I kept it off. I walked more quickly this time, not stopping to examine anything. My breaths came out fast and shallow. Each time I passed a lantern, I half expected to see a person standing there, waiting. But I saw no one. The only sounds were the wind and the crunch of my boots. Eventually, I made it back to the initial section of the trail, where the lanterns were more abundant. The path widened, and I recognized the bench I'd seen before. One of the lanterns near it was extinguished now, and another was flickering at half brightness. I kept moving, my legs aching from the cold and exertion. I felt a sense of urgency to leave that place. When I reached the parking area, I let out a long breath. My car was still there, covered in a thin layer of new snow. The chain across the entrance swung slightly in the wind, squeaking as it moved. I brushed snow off the car doors, got inside, and started the engine. The heater roared to life, blasting cold air at first, then slowly warming. I backed out, turned onto the main road, and drove away. The sky had grown darker, and the storm picked up. I glanced in the rearview mirror. All I saw were the dim outlines of trees. No lanterns were visible from the road. I arrived at my friend's cabin later that night, exhausted. I mentioned the lanterns in passing, but nobody seemed to know about them. One person said they'd heard the park was closed for years, and they had no idea why any lights would be there. I didn't share every detail, just enough to let them know I stumbled into something odd. Now, each time I see a decorative lantern hanging from a porch or tree, I recall that park near the dam and the trail of red lights in the snow. I still wonder who set them up and why they kept them running in a place no one visited. I never went back to find out. Maybe the lanterns still hang there, flickering through the winter months, forming a corridor that leads nowhere. Or maybe they've all gone dark by now, left to swing in the wind in a place that people forgot. Either way, I have no desire to check. I'd rather keep that memory in the past, along with the uneasy feeling of being watched by silent objects in an empty park. I never expected to see a wooden sled sitting in the middle of a narrow mountain path, especially not on a day when the snow had just fallen and no footprints could be seen anywhere. The sky was overcast, and the wind bit at my cheeks. I had been walking for an hour, trying to reach a small village before the sun dipped behind the peaks. My boots crunched through fresh, powdery drifts. The silence felt heavy, broken only by the faint rustle of the wind through the pines on either side of the trail. I kept a steady pace, my shoulders aching under the weight of my backpack. The path was just wide enough for one person, with steep slopes on both sides. Now and then the trees parted, revealing a view of distant ridges. I spotted the sled from a dozen yards away because of the red ribbons tied around its wooden frame. They fluttered in the breeze, although there was no strong wind. I stopped in my tracks, unsure of what I was looking at. It was a small sled, the kind people once used for short downhill rides or for hauling firewood. The wood looked old, but well-maintained, with only a few patches of worn paint. I scanned the snow around it for footprints or drag marks, wondering who left it there. Nothing. The snow was completely smooth. There were no tire tracks or animal prints either. It looked as if someone had gently placed the sled in the middle of the trail from above. The red ribbons appeared faded, like they had seen many winters. My skin prickled with a sense that something was off. I took a slow breath, noticing my chest felt tight. The air smelled clean, like nothing but pine and cold wind. I approached the sled cautiously. My boots sank a couple of inches into the snow. My heart thumped. I felt the need to confirm it was real and not some trick of the light. I reached out and touched the wood. It felt cold and solid, no doubt about it. The metal runners looked polished but showed no rust. I glanced at the ribbons. They had faint holiday patterns, snowmen, reindeer, barely visible against the faded color. I couldn't decide if I should move it out of the path or leave it alone. I knelt, looking underneath the sled. Still no marks in the snow, not even a dent where it rested. That set my nerves on edge. I touched my gloved hand to the underside. The wood felt dry, and there was no snow clinging to it, which suggested it hadn't been dragged. It was like it had been placed there without any contact with the ground until that moment. A gust of wind caught me off guard, sending a chill through my jacket. I stood and looked around, half expecting to see someone nearby, maybe a child or an adult who had carried the sled. But I saw only trees and silent slopes. My breaths came out in quick bursts of white vapor. My pulse felt too fast for a quiet day in the mountains. I reminded myself I had to keep moving if I wanted to reach the village by nightfall. I decided to walk around the sled. My boots left clear prints in the snow, which contrasted with the pristine area around the object. The difference made me uneasy. I stepped past it, continuing along the narrow trail. Every few yards I glanced over my shoulder, expecting it to vanish or to see someone appear. But the path behind me remained empty, and the sled stayed in place. 10 minutes later, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The back of my neck tingled. I stopped and looked around again. The trees swayed slightly, and the sky seemed heavier with gray clouds. The wind died down for a moment, leaving the air unnaturally still. My ears searched for any sounds, footsteps, crunching snow, a branch snapping, but heard nothing. I forced myself to keep walking, focusing on the fact that the village wasn't too far. According to my map, I had about 2 miles left. A half hour passed, and I tried to forget the sled. The snow got deeper in places, and the trail switched back around a steep slope. My legs burned from the climb. I paused to catch my breath near a rocky outcrop. That was when I glanced back and saw a gap between the trees where the path curved. At that angle, I could see the distant spot where I'd found the sled. It was still there, a small brown shape with a splash of red on top, as if it had been waiting. I felt a new rush of unease. It made no sense that I could still see it, but the winding of the trail gave me a brief line of sight. I exhaled slowly, feeling my throat tighten. I pulled my phone out, hoping to get a signal or to check the time. No signal, as expected. I saw it was later than I realized, so I had to keep moving. The temperature would drop soon, and I didn't want to be caught in the dark. I resumed my hike, forcing my thoughts away from the sled. I focused on the crunch of my footsteps, the heavy rhythm of my breathing, and the snow-laden branches overhead. Now and then, a clump of snow dropped from a branch and thudded nearby. Each time, I jumped. After another 20 minutes, the trail dipped into a small valley with denser trees. I lost sight of the sled for good. The path grew tighter, and the pines on either side seemed to block out what little sunlight remained. My ears popped from the elevation change. I kept expecting to see footprints or some sign of life. Other hikers, maybe. But there was nothing. It was as if the whole mountain had been abandoned. I followed a sharp bend around a large boulder, and suddenly the path opened onto a level clearing. The wind swirled, carrying loose snow in small eddies around my ankles. My heart rate spiked when I saw something familiar on the opposite side of the clearing. The wooden sled was there again. It sat the same way, ribbons fluttering, metal runners gleaming. It should have been impossible. I hadn't turned off the main trail, so how could it be here before me? I froze, every muscle in my body tense. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Maybe it was a different sled, or maybe I had somehow circled back. But I had checked the map. I was certain I'd traveled away from that spot. I turned around, looking at my footprints. They led back the way I had come, a single set in the snow. No indication that I had walked in a circle. The clearing was new to me. I was sure of it. My breath came in rapid bursts, and I felt my stomach tighten. I considered leaving the trail and cutting through the trees to bypass the clearing, but I also worried I might get lost in the deep snow without a clear path. I lifted my eyes to the sky, noticing the daylight fading. I needed to move on. With shaky steps, I approached the sled. The red ribbons danced as if stirred by a gentle wind, but the air around me felt still. My own footprints approached from one side, while the rest of the clearing remained smooth and untouched. I decided to push past the sled, walking a wide arc around it. As I passed, I noticed the wood was the same color, the same wear patterns, the same chipped paint. There was no doubt it was the exact one I had seen earlier. My skin prickled, and my hands trembled slightly. I forced myself not to stare at it too long. My feet crunched through the snow as I made a circle around it, maintaining a distance of maybe 5 or 6 feet. Once I was past it, I broke into a faster stride, almost a run. My boots slipped a bit on a hidden patch of ice, and I had to throw out my arms to balance. My heart pounded so hard I heard it in my ears. I wanted to put as much distance as possible between me and that sled. At one point, I glanced back. The clearing was still visible through the trees, and the sled's ribbons caught my eye. I turned away again, focusing on the path ahead. The trail narrowed once more, and I followed it for a few hundred yards. My legs felt shaky, and my lungs burned from the cold, but I pressed on. Eventually, I spotted a sign in the distance, an old wooden marker showing the name of the village. Relief washed over me. I pushed forward, reaching a slight downhill slope that led toward the outskirts of the settlement. Lights from a few cabins came into view, warm and reassuring. I finally emerged onto a plowed road, where a handful of small homes lined the path. Smoke rose from chimneys, and I heard distant voices, a sign of normal life. My shoulders sagged with relief. I stepped onto the road, leaving the untouched snow behind me. Once I reached the nearest house, I paused to catch my breath. My face felt numb, and my mind kept racing through the events of the last couple hours. I glanced back at the trees I had emerged from, expecting to see that sled appear in the distance, but I saw only darkness and pine branches. I stumbled into the village, found a small lodge that took in travelers, and checked in. The keeper noticed I looked shaken, asked if I was all right. I just nodded, saying I'd had a rough walk. I didn't share the details. Inside my rented room, I peeled off my wet boots and gloves, then sank onto the bed, my heartbeat still not fully calm. That night, I tried to sleep, but I kept picturing the sled in my mind. I remembered how it had no tracks around it, how the ribbons fluttered without a strong wind, and how it somehow appeared miles away from its original spot. My stomach clenched with each recollection. I told myself it could have been a trick of the terrain or my own confusion. Yet a part of me knew that no trail doubled back so cleanly, and no object as large as a sled could move unnoticed across fresh snow. In the morning, I ventured out into the village. Locals greeted me politely. I considered asking if anyone knew about a wooden sled on the mountain trail, but something held me back. I felt embarrassed, as though nobody would believe me. Instead, I bought some supplies for my remaining journey and mapped a different route to avoid the trail I had used. I finished my trip without going back to that slope. I never got an explanation for what happened or how the sled appeared twice. Sometimes I think maybe I missed some side path or ended up turned around in the white landscape. But I can't ignore the memory of those red ribbons and the pristine snow beneath the sled, untouched by any tracks. Even months later, I feel a jolt of unease when I see an old sled or red ribbons. I can't help but recall the cold emptiness of that path and the sense that someone or something had placed it there for me to find. That's all there is to it. No dramatic ending, no grand revelation. I made it to the village, but a piece of my mind stayed behind with that wooden sled and the unbroken snow all around it. When I look back on it now, I remember how real it felt, how the cold stung my face, how my heart pounded when I saw it again, and how the ribbons seemed to wave as if acknowledging my presence. I still wonder who left it there or how it ended up in two different places. Maybe I'll never know, and maybe that's for the best. I'd rather not see it again. I first stumbled upon that strange radio broadcast while driving on a nearly empty road, hoping to arrive at my friend's Christmas gathering before midnight. The sky was a dull gray, and scattered patches of snow covered the fields on both sides of the highway. My phone's GPS had failed me a few miles back, leaving me guessing which winding turns to take. I decided to fiddle with the radio to stay alert. I turned the dial, surfing through static, hoping to find a weather update or a local music station. Suddenly, I hit a signal that played soft, old-fashioned Christmas songs. The reception wasn't great, lots of crackling, but I recognized the tune of "O Holy Night." It sounded vintage, not like a modern cover. I turned up the volume, half relieved to hear something festive out there in the middle of nowhere. When the song ended, a voice came on the air, low and weary. "This is your host, keeping the Christmas spirit alive from the old Alpine View station. We hope you're having a warm holiday." The DJ chuckled softly. Then the static cut in for a moment. After a burst of hiss, another carol began, equally old-sounding. I assumed it was a local channel with some sentimental host replaying vintage Christmas tracks. But something about the broadcast felt off. The voice had a muted quality, like it was traveling a long distance on a weak signal. I also noticed that the DJ mentioned an old Alpine View station, which reminded me of a ski resort I'd read about. I remembered seeing signs for a place called Alpine View many miles back, but I was sure it had closed years ago. Curiosity tugged at me. I decided to keep the dial right there, figuring it would at least keep me company on the silent road. As the minutes passed, the static grew louder, then faded, then swelled again. The DJ's voice occasionally returned between songs, making short remarks. "Remember the hot cocoa in the lodge?" Or, "Another Christmas Eve gone by, but we're still here." It sounded lonely, like someone replaying memories. The roads around me looked more and more deserted. I passed a few frozen farms and a couple of snow-covered signposts, but no other cars. The sky darkened. Eventually, I saw a battered roadside marker that read, "Alpine View Ski Area, 2 miles." My chest tightened. It was possible the radio station was still broadcasting from near that old resort. I decided to check it out. Maybe I could get directions. I was running low on gas, and my phone still had no signal. If there was any chance of a person or a working phone at Alpine View, it was better than wandering blind. I took the turnoff. The road was steep and lined with pine trees. Snow dusted the shoulders, and I had to slow down to avoid sliding. I drove carefully, the radio still playing those old Christmas tunes. The DJ's voice cut in again. Back in the day, the slopes were full, kids laughing, families singing carols by the fire. Now it's just memories in the wind. My heart pounded. The broadcast felt too intimate, as though the DJ was speaking directly to me. Up ahead, I noticed a broken gate with a rusted "closed" sign. Beyond it lay what appeared to be a deserted parking lot. Tall pines encroached on the cracked asphalt. A few old wooden posts stood near the entrance, possibly where they once collected entry fees or directed traffic. I drove slowly, my headlights illuminating piles of snow and scattered debris. Then I saw a large, lodge-like building in the distance, its windows dark. The radio station's signal cleared for a moment, and the DJ said, "We're here, waiting for anyone who might remember those golden days." I parked near the building, stepping out of the car into knee-deep snow. The cold air bit at my nose, and my breath came out in frosty puffs. The place looked abandoned, broken windows, a sagging roof, and boarded-up side entrances. No lights shone inside. I could hear the faint whistle of wind through a gap somewhere in the walls. I pulled my coat tighter and glanced around, hoping to see some sign of life. But everything was still. The radio was still playing in the car, so I left the engine running and stepped away, not wanting to kill my battery by turning off the ignition. I circled the building. I found a locked door near the front, but the lock looked old and rusted. I tried knocking. My fist echoed on the wooden frame. Nobody answered. I felt uneasy, standing alone in the dark at an abandoned resort, hearing faint Christmas tunes from my car speakers in the background. After another round of knocking, I decided to walk around the side of the lodge. The snow crunched loudly under my boots. An old sign lay face down near a broken window. I flipped it over with my foot. It read "Alpine View, Main Lobby" in faded paint. My breath caught in my throat. A strong gust of wind whipped snow in my face. I shielded my eyes, then noticed a small tower-like structure near the back. It had an antenna on top, partially collapsed. Wires dangled along the side, and the metal framework looked bent out of shape. That had to be the station antenna, or what remained of it. My heart thudded. If the place was truly abandoned, how was the radio station still broadcasting? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was some kind of automatic transmission looping old recordings, or perhaps someone had rigged up a small generator inside. I approached the tower. The snow here was less disturbed, and I had to wade carefully. A side door at the base of the tower was ajar, off its hinges. I peered inside with the flashlight from my phone, which still had limited battery. The beam revealed a cramped space filled with tangled wires, a toppled chair, and a desk strewn with dusty electronics. It smelled stale, like mold and old paper. I saw no power source or generator. I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice bounced off the walls. Only silence answered, except for the wind moaning through the gaps. I noticed a single microphone stand in the corner, a pair of ancient headphones resting on a collapsed shelf. My pulse raced as I imagined the DJ sitting there moments ago, speaking into the mic. But it looked like it hadn't been used in years. The dust was thick on every surface. A set of old Christmas records lay on the floor, scattered and cracked. I retreated outside, checking my phone for service. Nothing. I decided to return to the car, gather my thoughts, and maybe keep driving. As I trudged through the snow, the radio in the distance went silent for a moment, then crackled. I quickened my pace, slipping on a patch of ice but catching myself. When I reached my car, I heard the DJ's voice again, clearer than before. "If anyone is listening out there, we want to wish you a safe and warm holiday. Remember the times when the slopes were lively. We'll play one last song to keep the memory alive." A chill crept up my spine. I glanced at the deserted lodge. It felt impossible that anyone was physically there, yet the broadcast was current, addressing listeners in real time. I hopped into my car, the interior lights casting a dull glow on my cold hands. The final song began, a scratchy version of Silent Night. It sounded distant and melancholy. As it played, I noticed the signal strength on my car's radio flickered. The tune warbled, then hissed. Suddenly, everything cut out, replaced by a harsh static. I waited, staring at the radio dial. The static continued for 10, maybe 15 seconds. Then it tapered off into silence. I flipped through different frequencies. Nothing but dead air. My chest pounded. I exhaled, trying to calm my nerves. This is just a leftover broadcast, I told myself. Some automated system that finally died. But I couldn't entirely convince myself. The voice had sounded too immediate, too aware. I turned off the radio, put the car into gear, and steered back toward the entrance. My headlights swept across the broken gate and the leaning pine trees. I felt a strange heaviness in my chest, like I was leaving something unfinished. Part of me wanted to investigate further, but the failing light and the creeping sense of isolation got the better of me. As I eased onto the main road, the sense of relief was mixed with lingering questions. I drove for another hour, guided by my old paper map and the dim glow of my phone's flashlight. The sky grew darker, and I worried about black ice on the winding roads. At last, I reached a more well-traveled highway, where streetlights lit the asphalt. A gas station appeared on the horizon, and I nearly cheered out loud. I pulled in, filled the tank, and went inside for a coffee. The cashier gave me a friendly nod. I asked if he knew anything about the Alpine View ski resort. He shrugged and said, "That place closed maybe 15, 20 years ago. Heard it never reopened. Why?" I hesitated, then mentioned the radio station. He shook his head. "There used to be a local station out that way, but it got shut down when the resort went bankrupt. I don't think it's run since." I described what I'd heard. He gave me a blank look. Could be some old loop. Maybe you picked it up by accident. Weather does weird things sometimes. I left the gas station with a hot coffee in hand, feeling half relieved, half disturbed. I continued on to my friends' gathering, arriving long after midnight. They greeted me with worried expressions, asking where I'd been. I told them I got lost and decided not to mention the radio station in detail. It felt too strange to explain. All I said was that I'd passed by the old resort and heard some weird broadcast. One of my friends recalled hearing rumors about a ghost station that sometimes transmitted old Christmas music, but nobody took it seriously. Over the following days, I found myself replaying those moments in my head. The low hum of the DJ's voice, the stories he told about a bustling ski lodge and families sipping cocoa, the abrupt end of the transmission. It was all too vivid to dismiss as a mere glitch. I even considered driving back to the resort, but the roads soon became treacherous with more snowfall, and I had to return to work after the holidays. I let it go. Now, whenever I'm scanning the radio dial during a long drive, I sometimes pause, half expecting to hear that static-filled station with its old Christmas songs. I never do. I've passed that region a couple more times, and I see the occasional sign for Alpine View, still rusted and pointing to a closed turnoff. I don't stop. A part of me is tempted to check if the station might still be broadcasting, but another part of me remembers the eerie silence in that tower room, the thick dust on the microphone, and the empty lodge. I can't fully explain what happened that night. Maybe it was some leftover broadcast from an outdated system, playing a recorded DJ's voice on a loop. Maybe atmospheric conditions caused me to pick up a signal from somewhere else. Or maybe someone with an old transmitter was out there, trying to keep a memory alive, speaking to whoever happened to tune in. I'll never know for sure, but I still get a chill when I think about the DJ's final words, wishing a stranger a safe holiday, just before the music faded into static. That's all there is to tell. A lonely signal on a cold December evening, drifting across the empty airwaves, recalling a time when the slopes were bright and crowded. For me, it's become a reminder that some echoes refuse to die, even when the places that gave them life fall into ruin. I'm grateful I caught that broadcast, yet I'm relieved I didn't stay longer. Sometimes it's best to keep driving when the past calls out from the dark, offering only songs and whispers no one else can hear.